And we are live. Roll up, everybody. Gather, come and join. One man went to mow. The session is in session and your company is required. So gather, come and join me. The session has begun and you need to be here. Otherwise, I'll end up talking to myself. And you know what they say about talking to yourself. So in order that I'm not talking to myself, gather, come and join me. One man went to mow. At that time of the day again, you know what usually happens and you should be here already. An open microphone session, as I often say, the open microphone is the hyperlink on your screen that says StreamYard. So if you click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, that brings you straight onto the screen to interact with the session. So that is how it works. It's an interactive session, an open microphone session, and the open microphone is the link that I've just posted in the comment section now. So if you want to come and discuss the talking points, click on that link and then that brings you onto the screen and I'll sound your opinion just as soon as I've recited the talking points. So that is how it works, an open microphone session. So momentous day in the history of Nigeria, of course, October the 1st. We all know what that means. And it all started so beautifully for the Nigerian state. But alas, here we are where we are. Nigeria now essentially, to all intents and purposes, a lot of people would argue it's a basket case. But it did not start off as a basket case, of course. It started, as I said, so beautifully. So today being the Independence Day of Nigeria, let us start from the beginning.
National anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign mother. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children, a banner without stain. Oh God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
So there we are. That was where it started off for Nigeria. Nigeria, we hail thee, as the flag was raised for the first time with hearts filled with hope and everything. Very quickly, that hope dissipated and was replaced by trepidation and fear. They tried to rescue that country with this. So there we are. They started with hope of arise, O compatriot. It fell apart. They tried to rescue it with it started rather with hopes of Nigeria we hailed it that fell apart. They tried to rescue it with arise, O compatriot, that fell apart. So here we are where we are now, and this is where we are now. I know lawmakers, businesses sponsoring IPOB Yoruba Nation, and I will deal with them. Buhari talking as ever the AK-47 language, that is the only language that he knows, treats them in the manner that they understand. Nigerians will prefer Islamic rule. Zakzaky speaking. So a lot of people think this guy is a victim, but he's not really a victim. No, a lot of people think the Shiites are victims. They are not victims. No. The decision to conquer Nigeria for Saudi Arabia has already been made. Not so much for Saudi Arabia. The decision to conquer Nigeria for the Muslim faith has already been made. But which Muslim faith is going to have the inflection over that space is where the battle line is. So the battle between the Zakzaky sect, which is Shia, and this Buhari sect, which is Sunni, is really just the battle of who has that dominion over that Muslim country that they are already intent on creating in Nigeria. So he sets aside their internal squabbling, Zakzaky, to speak to this. Nigerians will prefer Islamic rule. IMN leader Zakzaky. So that is it. And just to hammer down on that space, zoning may leave us with useless presidential candidates in 2023. Lamido Sanusi speaking, zoning, of course, essentially meaning powers transiting to the south. Lamido Sanusi speaks, zoning may leave us with useless presidential candidates in 2023. So essentially, to extrapolate and project, Southerners are all useless and incapable of leadership. Former Emir of Kano speaks, Buhari was a child when we negotiated Nigeria. Afenifere Pa Obasanjo slams President Buhari over non-negotiable claim. So Pa Adebanjo takes the little boy Buhari down memory lane that even your father was not born when we were relevant, the language that Pa Adebanjo speaks to the Aboki in Aso Rock. I have improved Nigeria's image influence worldwide. Buhari speaks, so maybe the medication has kicked in and delusion, we already know that is senile, but maybe he's not taking his medication or the medication is taking a different course. Because in spite of everything and anything, Nigeria being the poverty capital of the world, a pariah state, being brutalized from Libya to England and all the way back, Ghana mocking us, etc. That is not Nigeria as Buhari sees it. He sees Nigeria as a golden beacon for the world. And he says so. I have improved Nigeria's image influence worldwide. Deluded from Aso Rock speaks, Buhari. So deluded from Aso Rock speaks, Buhari. So now, as I said, we started with Nigeria we hailed it with hope, tried to rescue that hope with our rights of compatriots. Now we are in that space now where the Islamists are telling us that we prefer Islam as Sharia, as the ruling format for the Nigerian state. Enough to send you to drink, enough to make you take to the drink. So take to drink we will to the Kegites.
Water, only water, water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Faila tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o.
And there we are. Iku kò ní rí wa gbéṣe ìgbàlà tí ele hehehe. So Iku kò ní rí wa gbéṣe, as guys sorry, let me just remove that from the screen as just so I'm full flush on the screen. So there we are. So Iku kò ní rí wa gbéṣe, as guys I bring you this. I know lawmakers businesses sponsoring IPOB Yoruba Nation, and I will deal with them. Malam Buhari speaks. President Muhammadu Buhari says his regime has uncovered those fueling separatist agitations around the country, threatening to deal with them. Mr. Buhari, in his nationwide broadcast to mark Nigeria's 61st Independence Day anniversary on Friday in Abuja, warned that his regime would take decisive actions against secessionist indigenous people of Biafra and Yoruba Nation agitators and their sponsors who threatened national security. The recent arrest of Nnamdi Kanu and Sunday Igboho and the ongoing investigations being conducted have revealed certain high-profile financiers behind these individuals. We are vigorously pursuing these financiers, including one identified as a serving member of the National Assembly. So let me just pause there for a moment. Firstly, a lot of people have rebutted and clapped back that, yes, chase the financiers of Sunday Igboho and Nnamdi Kanu by all means, if you have identified them. But first, chase the financiers that you do know already and have known for a good while of Boko Haram and the bandits who are wreaking the most havoc on the country. But then, of course, the havoc's being wreaked by Boko Haram and the bandit has the tacit, if not explicit, approval and collusion of the Aboki in Aso Rock. The recent arrest of Nnamdi Kanu and Sunday Igboho and the ongoing investigations being conducted have revealed certain high-profile financiers behind these individuals. We are vigorously pursuing these financiers, including one identified as a serving member of the National Assembly. Actually, I paused there just because of that. So patently, if it's seen, including one identified as a serving member of the National Assembly, your name, your thoughts rather only go to one name and one name only. And I think we are all thinking the same name even before I say it, essentially pointing in the direction of Senator Abaribe. But we see how that space plays out. It continues. This is a clear example of how people abandon their national leadership positions for their selfish gains. Instead of preaching unity, they are funding and misleading our youths to conduct criminal acts that sometimes lead to unfortunate and unnecessary loss of lives and property. As the so-called leaders run abroad to hide, our innocent youths are misled and left in the streets to fight for their senseless and destructive causes, Mr. Buhari said. Mr. Buhari, however, did not mention his regime's intentions on Nigerians who have been identified as financiers of Boko Haram insurgency that has ravaged the country since 2009. On September the 14th, the United Arab Emirates published names of persons, including 6 Nigerians designated as global financiers of terrorism. Officials of the regime, including the Attorney General Abubakar Malami, anti-graft agency boss Abdulrashid Bawa, and Mr. Buhari's spokesman Femi Adesina, continue to maintain that the identity they continue to maintain that the identified persons cannot be named and shamed publicly. The president, however, said his government would continue with greater level of people participation and in collaboration with international partners improve the security architecture of the country. He said the federal government would also reduce the enabling environment that allowed criminality to thrive and eliminate opportunities for terrorism financing in the country. So gobbledygook and blah blah blah, essentially Buhari's language. So gobbledygook and blah blah blah, but this one for both dark cloudings. Nigerians will prefer Islamic rule. IMN leader El Zakzaky, leader of the Islamic movement in Nigeria, IMN, Sheikh Ibrahim El Zakzaky, has claimed that most Nigerians would prefer an Islamic rule if given an opportunity to choose between the neo-colonial system, which he said is currently being practiced in the country today, and an Islamic government system. El Zakzaky made the claim whilst being interviewed in an exclusive live program with an Iranian press TV monitored in Kano on Wednesday evening. This was his first interview since he regained freedom on July the 28th, 2021, after being arrested and detained alongside his wife since December 2015. He also revealed that IMN, which he heads, is seeking an Islamic government system to replace the neo-colonial system he claimed is currently being practiced. His words, I believe that if there will be a plebiscite in this country and people will be asked which system would you like, is it the status quo, which is inherited from the British colonialist, or the Islamic system? I am sure that the majority will choose the Islamic system. It will be government of the people after all. So there you are. The Islamization of Nigeria now surfaces fully frontally in front of you. No retreat, no surrender, no escape. No retreat, no surrender, no escape. As guys, I bring you this. Zoning may leave us with useless presidential candidates in 2023. Lamido Sanusi, the headline attributed to. So zoning, of course, essentially translates into power transiting to the south, because that is what zoning means in Nigeria at this present day and time. So zoning means power transiting to the south. And for power to transit to the south, this is how the former emir of Kano deems it. Zoning may leave us with useless presidential candidates in 2023. Lamido Sanusi speaks, so essentially then just writing off the entirety of the southern space. Former Emir of Kano, Alhaji Mohamedou Sanusi, has expressed fear of zoning leaving Nigeria with 2 useless presidential candidates in 2023. In an interview with Arise TV, Sanusi stated that he has always opposed the idea of rotational presidency. He noted that what Nigeria needs at the moment is a president who can deliver. The former Central Bank of Nigeria governor said, I have always objected to this idea that we should focus on where the president comes from. We have got southern governors saying we want the presidency, and some northern governors saying that they want it in the north. Have you noticed that nobody has given the name of what they want? This whole thing is to corner the presidency to one part of the country, and the big masquerade would come out. And that And that is why, at the end of the exercise, you end up as Nigeria presented with two useless candidates. Those who want to be president should show their face either from the north or from the south. Meanwhile, we have before us very serious issues. You have a simple issue of electronic transmission of results, which is designed to make the electoral process fairer, and you have people saying that they do not want it, shamelessly announcing to the country that they want to rig. Why are we not talking about these issues? The greatest weakness we have as a country is that we do not think. We have very smart we are very smart when it comes to making money by doing our work, but we do not apply critical intellect and these guys just take the entire country for a ride. Give me a president from any part of the country who can deliver, and we should vote for him. He is not taking the presidency to his hometown. On distribution of funds, Sanusi noted that though he was an advocate of less money at the center, governors are also guilty of not distributing funds to the local government. He said, I don't want to talk about this matter because it is in court, but what we need is to learn how to distribute our resources properly. I am a strong advocate of less money at the center because this puts too much concentration on money from Abuja, but the bulk of this tax problem comes from not implementing what we have. These governors fighting for VAT are extremely undemocratic. They hold on to money meant for local governments, yet keep complaining. The state governors complain that federal government do. The state government complain that federal government does to them, but don't care about what they do to the local government, thereby ignoring the constitution. If we really want to put it, if we really want to put in for federalism, we need to respect our constitution and do it all at all tiers of government. Then I believe our constitution can work. But let's make what we have work, and we will see this constitution is not that bad. So the constitution facilitates is essentially where Sanusi lands, but are the people in charge of implementing they skew it in a different direction. Buhari was a child when we negotiated Nigeria. Pa Adebanjo flogs Aboki in Aso Rock. The leader of Yoruba social cultural organization Afenifere, Chief Ayo Adebanjo, on Friday lambasted President Muhammadu Buhari for saying that Nigeria's unity and existence is not negotiable. Adebanjo said that Buhari, who is 78, ought to have known that Nigeria's independence and terms of unity were negotiated in the 1950s, but the president was a small boy at the time, hence his ignorance. Adebanjo, 93, said this whilst responding to President Buhari's Independence Day speech. President Buhari has stated that the unity of Nigeria remains non-negotiable, but the Afenifere leader explained that in 1953, when the North opposed the call for independence and rather advocated a rubber secession, Chief Obafemi Awolowo and Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe convinced the northern leadership headed by Ahmedu Bello to negotiate the terms of their unity and ultimately their independence from British rule. Adebanjo said, he, Buhari, is talking nonsense. These are the kind of things that cause trouble. How can the president of a multinational, multilingual, multi-ethnic society say that the unity of Nigeria is non-negotiable? We negotiated the unity of Nigeria in 1954 before independence. The 1960 constitution was a product of negotiation that arose from the London Constitutional Conference. Of course, I don't blame him, Buhari. He was still in primary school at that time, so he couldn't understand. He should go back to the records. Before the Constitutional Conference, the country was being run as a unitary government, and that was the cause of the crisis. When we got to that conference, Chief Awolowo re-educated them that you cannot run the country as a unitary system. It was at that conference that Nnamdi Azikiwe was converted to federalism, and when he returned from that conference, Azikiwe at the airport declared that federalism was imperative. It was in the Daily Times in 1954. Adebanjo added that the 1960 constitution gave all the regions financial autonomy such that every region was able to control its own destiny. And after the military coup of 1966 and Nigeria became a unitary state, things began to go downhill. He therefore argued for restructuring, which he claims must be embraced for the country to progress. He further noted that the 1999 constitution, which he said was not based on fairness but exploitation of the South, should be adequately looked into. The Afenifere leader also pointed a blame finger on Vice President Yemi Osinbajo and the All Progressive Congress leader Bola Tinubu for paying lip service to restructuring. Adebanjo said that it was unfortunate that Osinbajo and Tinubu, who promoted restructuring, are now pretending as if it was not included in the APC manifesto during the election campaign in 2015. So Benweson, schoolboy, shut up schoolboy, essentially, per Adebanjo's message to the little boy in Aso Rock. The little boy in Aso Rock, I have improved Nigeria's image influence worldwide. Malam Buhari speaks. President Buhari has said his administration improved Nigeria's image across the world over the past 6 years. The president, during his Independence Day broadcast to the nation, said his administration has implemented measures to steer the country on the path of economic prosperity. A lot has been achieved in the last 6 years on many fronts. In infrastructure, social care, governance, Nigeria's image and influence in Africa and the international community, the president said. The president urged Nigerians to be patient with his government, saying additional efforts are going towards restoring peace and stability. He listed his government's Empower program as one of the key drivers of job creation, as well as other infrastructure projects currently underway across the country. So this is a guy now that is away completely with the ferry now, just completely lost his mind in its entirety and its totality. Or am I mistaken? Ajanle Koko, I see you. Baba Kure, I see you. So I see you too. So good to see you, gentlemen. So this was how it started. Baba Kure. Baba, are you there, Baba Kure? Okay, to you, Ajanle Koko then. Are you there, Ajanle Koko?
What's up, one man?
Good, Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, I'm sure you are too young to remember this, but this was how it started.
Anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
Nigeria, we hail thee.
And then we got here in the middle.
One man.
I don't know what's going on, Ajanle Koko. My system keeps freezing. Are you still there?
I'm here.
Oh, all right. So let's get to it then. I know lawmakers, businesses sponsoring IPOB Yoruba Nation, and I will deal with them. This is what Buhari is saying, but he did not, of course, mention about dealing with the people responsible for the Boko Harams and the bandits who we know. But then, first through that space, is even mentioned a sitting lawmaker. So, what do you think then this guy is hinting at that he knows the people behind the financiers of IPOB and Yoruba Nation? What language is that, Ajane Koko?
I can interpret that statement. The interpretation is that it's telling us that
That's a story language to me.
he is telling us that those of you that are agitating for Yoruba Nation and Biafra Nation, I will go all out for you. I won't give you space in this nation called Nigeria. I will go all out and I will destroy you. That is the way I can interpret that statement, because I don't know why he has to mention his reason behind mentioning, telling the nation, we know their financier and a member of National Assembly, or maybe some member of National Assembly are behind them.
Let me give you the exact quote, Ajanle Koko, because I was going to take you there anyway, but you went there yourself. It says that we are vigorously pursuing these financiers, including one identified as a serving member of the National Assembly. So what I think that points in a direction, but I want to hear what you make of that particular statement.
Yes, it's telling us that we know a member of Assembly that is behind them, and we are going to deal with them together.
Which member of the assembly do you think will be behind financing IPOB?
You know, when you, in a statement, it said a, it didn't say some.
Yes,
so
it said
it's referring to one person, and the only one person I know in the National Assembly that has been there for Nnamdi Kanu is Senator Abaribe.
Exactly. So that is what I think too.
Yes. And recently in his interview, he still said it, that Kanu is our son and we will do everything and we will stand by him. If he have a chance to stand for his bail again, he said he will do it. That was what Abaribe said. And what is wrong in that is, does that mean that, okay, because of his saying that he will stand for Kanu for his bailout, is that an offense? I mean, Constitution guarantee that for everybody to stand to stand out to bail somebody out. So, but I would like us to wait and see the direction that they are going to. But in that statement, I can see the kind of dangerous game that this man is trying to play, because those names that were furnished the administration by UAE, he failed to mention those names. The presidency, by his spokesperson, told the nation that they are not going to shame those people. They are not going to tell the nation those that are involved, those people that are behind those that are the financier of Boko Haram. So he doesn't want to mention the name of those people, but on the issue of Igboho and Nnamdi Kanu, he is ready to mention their name, and he is ready to pursue them and deal with them vigorously. So this man is not a leader for that country. He is a destroyer and is really out to destroy every voice of dissent against him. Right now, I think we should be expecting him going after the opposition, even in the PDP. He might rope them up with some kind of things just to destroy them, so that he can have his way to rig the next election. That's the way I interpret it. He will go all out for opposition party members.
Yeah, we know his technique is usually catch and release, isn't it? We saw that with what's that Osun State senator, the dancing one, Davido's uncle, when he was vying for an election and he won and he was fighting, and they went and arrested him for school sat, and after they've cleared the grounds, they released him. We saw that with that Supreme Court judge, I can't remember his name, that they cut him out of the way, put Tanku Mohammed there, and then they released him. So it is catch and release. That is the system. So you are right. They will round up all the people that presented threat to them towards the election, lock them up, throw them away, put them in court, disqualify them, and as soon as they rig themselves in, they'll just let them go. Catch and release. Yeah.
Catch and release. That is.
Yeah.
This man is a very dangerous person in that position for that country. He is not helping in any way to promote peace, but to drive anarchy. That is what he's doing. That is a very worse statement to come out from his mouth. We don't want to know. We don't want to know who is behind this and that. What we want you to do, follow the Constitution. Those that are behind this financier of terrorism and criminality in that country, let the law take its course. Take them to court. Show them publicly. Let there be, a public hearing on these people, where we can see them on national TV. That is where we will know that you are really working for that nation. But coming on Independent Day, a shameless shameful Independent Day, now telling us, on Igboho, on Nnamdi Kanu. He didn't mention the Boko Haram. Those that are really threat to that country, to the security, to the security of that country. He didn't mention them. He didn't mention in the statement that those that are behind Boko Haram and banditry. He didn't mention those names. He didn't mention anything about that. You see, this man is very dangerous for that country, and that is why anybody that is speaking in favor of this dangerous man is as well a dangerous person. This is the worst president ever. In that, it's very divisive, and it's the show of criminality with impunity. It's you cannot just imagine it that is happening in that country.
Okay, Ajanle Koko, you say that man is very dangerous for that country, but the dangers for that country doesn't abate. It comes from virtually all fronts. So they've been talking about Fulanization, Islamization for a long time, and they've been trying to deny it. So now they have now come out in the public space without any equivocation that they are intent on, especially that Islamization pathway. It's just the brand of Islam that takes possession of Nigeria. Nigerians prefer Islamic rule. Islamic Movement of Nigeria leader El Zakzaky speaks. So here is this guy now reporting back to his masters in Iran. So it was live on Iranian TV, and it's reassuring them then that of the full capture of the Nigerian space. What are you making then of this guy that we once thought was a victim, but really, in truth, as dangerous as Buhari? El Zakzaky speaks. What says you?
I don't know his definition of Nigeria. Maybe he's referring to the whole North as Nigeria. Because how can you say Nigeria will prefer Islam if they give them the chance to operate at their own free will? I mean, is something wrong with his head? Something wrong with his brain? So the people in the South that are Christians, or overwhelmingly in the Northeast that are Christians, so they will convert to Islam. This is this kind of fanaticism, religious fanaticism, is the problem that we have. It's in the northern Nigerian, this high level of religious and Islamic fundamentalism that drive that space is what is killing that space now. It is the religious fundamentalism that they play every step of the way since the independent that could not let them give their people education, do not let them give the overwhelming majority of their people Western education. And Western education comes with science, technology, engineering, maths. When you don't give your people that kind of education, you only give your people theological education. What do you expect to happen for the future of your space? It's what we are seeing now. Banditry, terrorism, anti other religious sentiment.
Adale Koko, these are really dark times for the Nigerian space, because what essentially has been declared is a jihad or some crusade within that. And once these people declare that, you know that they spread their religion via the sword. And this is what we're seeing playing out essentially in Nigeria by osmosis, underground, all this savagery that we're seeing and the government looking away. It's taking shape now as we speak, you know. So
Can you believe?
You are talking about the eastern space. Bia Odua that comes here very soon in the next year or two. She'll be coming here as Aisha. You know, so Bia, yeah. You will come in here as this is the thing, though. They are going to do it, and we will not be able to stop them. You know.
And they are not even hiding. I mean,
maybe you'll be Mukhtar, I'll be Nuruddin. Baba Akure will be what?
Will be Mufutao. You see,
is it Mufutao Olaneun or which one?
Look at that, Mufutao.
Mufutao Jelili.
Mufutao Jelili.
So this is a secular country.
Do you think they see it as a secular? Do you think they see it as a secular country? Do you think they see it as that?
Nigeria is a secular. Do I mean what?
Do you think the Northerners see Nigeria as a secular country? And I'm saying this off the backdrop of Islamic inscriptions on the country's currency, the country being a member of all of the Islamic organizations, and now the Sharia now being introduced into the system. So do you think they see it as a secular country?
You see, I don't want to generalize. You see, some Northerners that are well educated, that like civilization, yes, sees it as secular country. But these religious fanatics, Islamic fundamentalists, does not believe in secularism. They will prefer Islamism. You know, they take over everywhere in that country, and this man is one of them. This Zakzaky is a religious bigot. It's a religious fundamentalist, and what he says is what is coming out from his heart. If he have his way, if he get to power, somebody like this, he will convert everybody by fire, by force to Islam. That is what he's going to do. It's not just making that point just for any purpose, but that is what he prefer.
Was it not just the other day that we were lamenting about how they were being victimized? These people are not really victims. They are just engrossed in an internal strife within their religion for control of Nigeria. This is a guy on national Iranian TV promising the Iranians that he will deliver Nigeria to them.
The attorney that stood for him, that fought for his freedom, is a Christian. Why didn't he get a Muslim from the north like him to fight for him? It's a Christian from the south that went all the way out, mobilized people, did everything under the constitution of that country to fight for his freedom. And all the southern people, not only Muslim, including Christian from the south here, were against his brutalization, the criminal treatment by the government against this man. But look at what he's saying now. Islamism has destroyed his sense of reasoning.
This is what we are finding with the North, Doajanle Koko. Whenever they are whenever they are in trouble, they run to the South for rescue. And whenever they are rescued, then we see that their arrogance of ignorance. Buhari himself rescued so many times by Femi Falana. How many of them in the North has been rescued by just that one man, Femi Falana? Look at all those soldiers, all from the North, that he just rescued recently. But then as soon as he rescues them, their savagery comes back.
It's sad.
He wasn't saying all these things when he was under capture, by the way, begging Falana to come and save his life. Zakzaky.
It's not saying he wasn't saying that, but now he has regained his freedom. He is saying it just to appease to some Islamic fundamentalists like him up there in the north and outside the country. You know, it's just shameful. And the northern space, if they don't drive away from this culture of suppression of their people, suppression from being educated, from having Western education, suppression from, by not giving them that freedom of speech to speak the truth to power. The problem they're having now, ravaging them up there, we persist. But the most unfortunate aspect of it is that when it happens up there, we are all going to suffer it together. We in the down south here, we suffer it too. This problem of insecurity that is ravaging up over there, killing people, closing down school, burning villages, all this mess that is affecting the whole nation. The whole nation is suffering it. How long will we continue like this?
Well,
that is why some people are saying that it is better. Let us break up. People that want to practice Islam, want to govern by Sharia, let them govern themselves by Sharia. There's nothing wrong in governing by Sharia, but do it in the best way, at your own space, without nobody interference. So let us do our own our own separate in such a way that is good for us. Go and do your own. Let us do our own. And that is why you see this agitation for Yoruba land, for Igbo land, for all these things. It's just because of this impunity, this religious fanaticism, and doing things that is not that is good for everybody. This must stop. This must stop.
You say this must stop, but the backing for this sort of mindset, it cascades throughout that space. Ajale Koko, zoning may leave us with useless presidential candidates in 2023. So it is Lamido Sanusi speaking. You think it's urbane, is certainly erudite. You think it's cosmopolitan in his outlook, but you have to understand that one of the highest titles in his religion was conferred on him just after he was kicked out of office as the emir. So his religion cuts deep and his influence even deeper than the Nigerian space. So he is now speaking now. Zoning may leave us with useless presidential candidates in 2023. So zoning, of course, essentially to the south, and he then is saying that dismiss that out of hand because everybody and anybody that comes out of that space essentially useless. Useless Yoruba people and Igbo people, according to the former emir of Kano. What says you?
I think if I try to understand that guy, I think it's speaking in the context that power shift.
You want to forgive him because he's a Jebota. You look at
No,
that.
no,
I'm
no, no,
starting
no.
to identify you.
No,
Eh?
I listen to
You always give all these Ajebota people a free pass. Eh?
wait.
This was you and Akim Baba as well. Eh?
Look, I think he was speaking in the context that power shift has nothing to do with better governance. That looking at this Fourth Republic that we are in since 1999, it was asking the hard question that what has it brought to us, even with the power shift that we have practiced in the past, north, south, has it brought any good for the country? He said he has not brought any good, but rather the politicians were just playing the game to themselves, playing the game that will favor them, not the country, that they are not interested in the development of the country, and that the way they've governed the country, they have destroyed everything. I listened to his interview. I listened to that interview, but at the same time, he should have seen it now that the power shift that the politicians from the south are asking for is legal as well, because that was the same game that Buhari played before he came to power. The Northerners played the same game before they came to power. Now they are in power for 6 years. They are going to 8 years. In the next 2 years, they'll be out of. They will complete their 8 years in government. So the politicians from the south are asking for this power to shift there. So it's a political game. So it's this time for him to mention that statement. It's going to be perceived in many ways by the people, you know. But what I could understand in the statement is that this politician does not mean well for that country, but rather they play this game all the time against each other, you know, for the favor of themselves and not for the favor of the people, you know. But whether he is saying the truth to power or making this statement for any other reason, I, as a person, believe that, you know, on the political ground, what our governors are asking for is the right thing. They're on the right path. So his statement is that statement that he makes.
So you are giving him a free pass because it's
yeah, he can hold it. He can hold it to himself. That is his own personal opinion. But the politicians that are playing the game, they understood it, and the people behind the politician. That is what they want too. Our people from the South, they want power to shift to the South, and you know, it should respect our people down here. So that is some personal opinion.
All right. Adele Koko, do you know what the word sedition means? Essentially to incite against a state. You know, so what Abubakar Malami is saying is that Twitter's presence in Nigeria is seditious under penal codes of northern Nigeria. So Twitter essentially un-Islamic in Nigeria is what Abubakar Malami is saying, or this is my interpretation, but let me give it to you, Ajanle Koko. I'll take your sampling on this one as well. If you put yourself on mute for a moment, installing Twitter seditious under penal code of northern Nigeria, AGF Malami tells court. So the seditious, installing Twitter is seditious under penal code of northern Nigeria. AGF Malami tells court. The Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, has told the ECOWAS court that simply having the Twitter application on one's mobile device in Nigeria constitutes the offense of sedition under the strict penal code applicable to northern Nigeria. Mr. Malami's argument was part of a 17-page defense document filed before the court on September the 27th in response to an ongoing class action suit challenging the Buhari's regime's crackdown on Nigerians using the micro-blogging platform. He says, furthermore, it is apt to note that the possible prosecution of violators does not only lie against the use and operation of Twitter in Nigeria. A careful examination of Section 419 of the Penal Code Northern States Federal Provision Act shows that the installation of Twitter app alone could suffice as an offense under the section that is the offense of possession of seditious articles, the court document said. In the argument presented by lawyers for the Ministry of Justice, including Mumuna Lami Shiru and E. Simon, Mr. Malami asserted that having the mobile application installed on one's device also constitutes the possession of seditious article under the Penal Code. The federal government outlined 4 offenses actionable under the Penal Code of Northern Nigeria. The offenses include inciting disaffection to government, exciting hatred between classes, possession of seditious articles, and importation of prohibited publications. These offenses are all pursuant of Penal Code Northern States Federal Provisions Act, though it was unclear why the Buhari-led regime would apply a set of law drafted for a portion of the country over Nigeria's multi-ethnic and multi-religious population of about 200 million people. The consolidated lawsuit before the regional court was filed by a coalition of activists and media houses, including Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project and People's Gazette, challenging the banning of Twitter's operation in Nigeria. The court has adjourned till January 2022 for ruling. So there it goes. Even having, not using but downloading Twitter on your phone is an act of sedition according to the provisions that caters for the northern part of Nigeria, but this provision is now being applied right across the board of the entirety of Nigeria. So sedition, having Twitter on your phone, this is the law in Nigeria. What are you making of that?
One man. This man uses Twitter in his office, his ministry, his office as the Attorney General. the Attorney General's office uses Twitter. And you see him saying that their people in the north cannot use Twitter. That is seditious to Islamic rule or Islamic penal code, or what is it talking about? So this is one of the things that the elders or the leaders of the north does to their people. They consistently and intentionally like to suppress their people. They don't like their people to have any sense of freedom. They don't like their people to enjoy what is, civilization. They don't want them to be civilized people. They are supremacists. They like to suppress their people. And that is why they don't invest so much. Just like I said earlier, they don't invest as expected in education of their teeming population over there. So,
Ajale Koko, we're losing you somewhat.
yeah.
Are you there?
Is it okay now?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah. Yes, carry on.
Okay. So this is their how do I call it? Their mindset is just like that. No matter how those of them on top are educated, are exposed to the world, to good thing of life, the common man on the street, they don't want the life of that common man to be better. They just want for themselves.
Ajale
Yes.
Koko, every time we gather and we go through these things, it just becomes increasingly more apparent that the chasm between us as a set of people is just too wide for us to be just one entity. It's just almost impossible for us, because these people are not just saying this to poke and prod at the South. This is their belief system. This is how they function. El Zakzaky is not saying that Nigerian wants Islam just to annoy Yoruba and Igbo people. He's not saying that. No, that is his belief. This guy
That is his
not
belief.
is not saying that Twitter is seditious just to annoy people. That is their belief. But
That's their belief.
that is anatomic to our own thought processes. So we're just it's just, we keep going to that clash of civilization things. We're just too different a people to continue this pretense at being one people. We're just too different now.
Yes, we are two different people. And if you listen to the president's speech today, he was saying that Nigeria is non-negotiable. Really? You know, it's on that note. It was on that note that Baba Adebanjo attacked him. That even during the time of colonization,
It took him back to school, didn't he? It took him back to school.
We negotiated this freedom that we have. The independence. We sat down and negotiated it. And you are saying that Nigeria is non-negotiable, indefeasible, in all this nonsense. You see, those leaders.
It was Babangida that brought in that language, Nigeria non-negotiable. There's no such thing as non-negotiable.
Yeah. You see, the leadership of the North have failed their people completely. They have failed their people, and they show
Bangida.
it. They don't hide it, and because a lot of the people are not educated, they follow them dogmatically.
Babangida
They lie to their people.
Nigeria, one of the best northerners.
they lie to their people using Islam, religion, using ethnicity, and all those things. And with all the quota system we have in that country to favor them, that favor them rather, where has it taken them to?
The sort of Islam practiced in Nigeria is not even practiced in the Middle East. It's just criminality Islam that is practiced. They just use it as a tool for crime. That's just what goes on.
It's only a southern president that can build Nigeria. No northern president.
All right. Round off your thoughts, Ajande Koko, then I'll go on to Babakure. Yeah.
So
thank
this,
you, Igor.
Even the quota system that we have been operating since 1979 on education and everything, where has it taken them? Has it developed them? Have they? What is meant to achieve in the North, has it really achieved it? It hasn't. Just because some people, the leadership, are people of greed, are selfish, they don't like their people. They don't want to invest. They don't want better life. They don't want freedom. They don't want their people to be civilized. They don't want them to. They want to continue to enslave them. Enslavement, and we are two different people. We are different people entirely. The way we think is different. The way we see things is different.
What we want is different.
What we want is different. And you are saying it's indivisible. We have to continue like that. This is if there's a way, and look at this. Any one of them in the North that took the courage, that have taken that courage to speak up, they destroy that person. They will kill him. Instead of they kill him or they destroy him, they will do some kind of damages to him, and nobody will ever dare to do such thing again. Even at look at the Emir, the Sanusi, look at all he did just to, try to drive the people from being, blindfold them to see things in the right way. They kick him out of power. If somebody at that top like that can be treated like that, so imagine anybody that is, just with little education, go on the street and try to stand up and oppose and fight for the freedom of the people over there. They will just savage him and kill him like chicken. So they are thinking the way they do is completely different. They don't want civilization for their people. They don't want good life for their people. They don't want anything good, and they don't want their people. All they do is just to uses religion, sentiment, religion, supremacy, religion. Tribal, all these things, just to continue driving their people, and keep them down and continue using them, that is the result we are seeing up there. That's why we see all this banditry, because they are not given education, they are not enlightened, they are unskilled, they don't have no skill, they don't have. That is the problem.
All right, thank you, Ajande Koko. Stay with us. Let's go on to Baba Akure. Baba Akure, your fans are really disowning you. They are saying Baba Akure is looking real cool and fresh. Baba you know that Ijekuje in Canada is starting to show. Well done, Baba Akure. Good to see you. Look at that. Look at that. All the fresh food.
You eat pounded yam, you eat gunsi, ogbono, you eat gari, amala, and co.
Look at that. I didn't hear salad in that list, Baba Kure.
Salad.
Is that for the Ewurelonje,
That is for the kids.
That is for the kids. All right. Good to see you, Baba Kure. So, to the talking points, Baba Kure. Very interesting commentaries from Malam Buhari. I know lawmakers, businesses sponsoring IPOB Yoruba Nation, and I will deal with them. So this is what he said. He goes through the list and he lands on this comment. He says, we are vigorously pursuing these financiers, including one identified as a serving member of the National Assembly. So Buhari speaks about the people sponsoring Igboho and Kanu, but then, of course, he left out Boko Haram, etc., etc. So your comments on that, Baba Kure?
Well, thank you for the person who said Baba Kure look fresh. Thank you very much. We've been seeing hypocrisy of Buhari for the past for couple years now, not even just now. Even we can start from issue of appointment, issue of military or Nigerian forces, the way it set it up, and the hierarchy of those forces. So we see how that goes. And we also see the issue of everything that is going on in Nigeria. We see that there's a lot of nepotism and all kind of nonsense that has been going on. So if now he came out, as you said, to say that they've already identified those who are sponsoring Igboho, those who are sponsoring IPOB. So I want to believe that maybe it's and they never have interest of exposing those who are sponsoring Boko Haram, those who are sponsoring bandits, so-called bandits, those who are sponsoring the unknown gunmen, those who are sponsoring S-men. Because you see, we always forget about the cause. The causes of the problem. It is just like when you have let's say you have maybe, let's say join this Viva. You know for sure that you don't supposed to use you don't supposed to consume palm oil when you have joined this Viva. So now it is just that you are using drug to that join this, and you still taking red palm oil. So it's just like you are taking the drug without really looking at the real cause of your problem.
Baba Kure, when he says that a serving member of the assembly is
sponsoring,
yes, who do you think is referencing? Because
he's referring to Aberibe.
Okay, so that looks like, and it says they are going to deal with them. And we know that when Buhari says deal with somebody, he only knows the only language he knows is AK-47. You
don't know how long they be criticizing this man because he signed up for Nnamdi Kanu, and he also even specifically said that after they arrested him, he specifically said, because they asked him some on interview, I think Arise TV, and they said that if he would like to be a Kanu'S shorty at any time, and he said yes, he will of course do it. So you see all these things, they think that they shouldn't have said that. But the man is not ashamed of himself, because the cause is that these people are fighting for. They want freedom. They want to be self. So they want to govern themselves. So you shouldn't be ashamed of supporting.
Do you think it's trying to move the conversation? It doesn't want to see the reality, so he's trying to move it to just some obscure space.
That is the reason why I use that example of join this and stuff like that. When you when you forget about the root cause of the problem, and you are dealing with,
he wants to chase shadows. He wants to chase shadows.
It's just like let's just do it. Make it this way also. It's just like you build a house now that is that you build it on a shaky foundation, and you see a place was broken up, and you are removing the roof. It's the roof you have to deal with, or you deal with the foundation of that building. So that is the problem we are having. When the man now left the problem, the real problem that is facing Nigeria, that brought this issue of agitation, you left it undone. Then you are saying that you want to deal with some people who finance.
Why is it that the only language that this guy ever speaks is deal with? What about talking to as opposed to deal with? What about talking to?
Exactly.
Because you've been dealing with people for so long and it's not yielded any result. So why don't you try something different? Why don't you try talking to as opposed to dealing with?
Exactly. Call people.
AK-47 to everything Yamoto.
Call people on round table and really sit down. And this is what everybody have been saying, but they won't listening. So that it is very barbaric. Anyway, it is very disappointing. And now the issue of Boko Haram is there. They never mention they want.
They never mentioned them once in that speech.
They said they cannot. They don't want to shame them. They don't want to shame them, but you want to shame those who are fighting for their own right. That they want to be self-governed. They want to govern themselves. They want to control their own resources, but you are chasing them up and down.
Okay.
And what brought the problem we are having? What brought the agitation? Isn't even the so-called Yoruba? Let's just say that Igbo has been there for a very long time, that they don't want to go. They want to go. But what caused the issue of Yoruba zone? Is it not because of this issue of herdsmen? Because that is what triggered the Yoruba to say, well, if enough is enough, we have to go. But you didn't deal with that. You want to deal with those people who are fighting for their own right.
Okay. Ibrahim Bashir said he had some question, but I think he's just left now. Hopefully he reconnects and then he can ask his question. So as we wait to see if Ibrahim decides to rejoin us or not, I'll take you on to the next talking point. Still within that space of dark forebodings, Baba Akure, Nigerians will prefer Islamic rule. Zakzaky, speaking to his paymasters, are speaking live on Iranian TV. So either Shiite or Sunni, take your pick, but you take to Islam. This is what Zakzaky is reporting back to his masters. But before you speak on that, let's hear from Ibrahim, who has rejoined us and he says he has some questions. So Ibrahim, good to meet you. You said you have some questions.
Good evening. My name is Ibrahim.
Good to meet you.
Yes, sir. And this is my first time of joining any live streaming. So, and I heard from someone.
You are highly welcome.
No, hold on, Ego, please. Yeah, go on, Ibrahim.
So, and I heard someone talking about Islam, North, and although I've had a lot of questions since morning about this independence, Nigeria, and the agitators, everything. So my question first is it the government that is the problem, or the society is the problem? Because it's like our quantity doesn't attract quality. So I think this agitation, are we not going to war? Because as a young guy like me, I'm always afraid if I heard war far away. So like I heard people talking like we are better than. And out of Southern, there are many clans. I'm a Muslim. I understand what they call peace. I don't trade anything for education. And being illiterate doesn't mean you understand, you can speak English alone.
Correct.
Doesn't mean that's because you understand Western education. I'm a satellite engineer. So I know much better about some areas, some clans in Nigeria. I've been to Jos, so I know what has gone round in that place. My
Which part
first
of
question
Nigeria
is
are you
that
from?
is it,
Which part of Nigeria are you from?
I'm from Ibadan, so
Oh,
that
all
should
right.
tell you a
Okay.
lot. So
All
my
right.
first question is it the society is the problem or the government? The second part is that are we not a racist, as in the whole Nigeria? I'm not sorry to say, because
No.
even
I
in
know
any
where you're
mosque,
going. Mm.
okay, thank you. In any
No, I
mosque,
know. Yeah, go on.
I understand you. I understand you. Yes, thanks, sir. In any mosque, you tend to see some people at the front, like today in congregation now.
Have we lost you? Are you there?
Okay, can I answer? Can I answer
Yes.
his question?
Answer Ibrahim. Yeah, go on.
Okay, to start with, um, I'm going to say, and that is my own opinion, and I stand on it, and I will stand on it as many times as I want. Our leader and our government are they are our main problem. The reason is that if you have a family, let's say you are married, you have 2 kids, or I mean, let me just put it this way: you married and you have kids. There is high possibility the way that you as a man of the house behave, that your children will follow the same suit. If you are educated, there is high possibility that your children, 99%, let's just say 98%, that your children will like to go to school. If you are illiterate, it is 45% that I would say 45% that your child will follow suit. So now, having said that, if we have a very good leader, then the society will be better, particularly Nigeria as a whole. If you have a disciplined leader, then those under him will be disciplined. But when you see a leader who doesn't even care and even believe that it's above the law, and they can overturn any law, they don't trust, they don't even believe in their own criminal justice, they don't even believe in what the Constitution says, then the problem starts, because everybody will be behaving like anyhow, and that is exactly what is going on in Nigeria. In Western world, where we almost all of us live, I always use a traffic sign as an example, because I like to use that. Every single person want to overspeed, go beyond the speed limit, but you know the consequence. So when the consequence is there, then you are not going to misbehave, because you will be held responsible for your actions. But in Nigeria, if here in Canada, I see a lot of judges that was sent to prison. But Nigeria, that will never happen. Even ordinary local government chairman will not even go jail if he has that connection. So when you see the society broke down from the top, then it's just like building. You build a house and the foundation was the head is not good. So what are you going to talk about those under that building or the foundation? So that is the problem that we have in Nigeria. I could remember 1983, when the same why that we are still following today. I knew how that time was, to the extent that everybody obey, when you want to withdraw money from the bank, you have to be on the queue. That was when we have leaders that are doing something that, though a lot of things went wrong at that time anyway, but there was sanity, there was discipline in the society at that time. It is what I know. It's not that somebody told me. So when you see the head, if the head is not working, then the society will collapse. That is what is going on around the world. If you look around the world here where we live, you will see that it is quite different from Nigeria. So that is the take for that.
All right. So yeah, go on. Yeah.
So the second point the second question you ask, there is no doubt Nigeria is one of the racist countries in the world. And I always say that. The reason being that if you can tell me that okay, somebody from age of 20, maybe 35 years old, that you cannot give them job, so what are you telling me? Are they not part of the society? So the issue of racism, I'm not going to doubt it. Even myself, I know. And we I think last week we were talking about the issue of do we really see ourselves as one? And I said no, because in my village, if any accident happen on the road, and they will say, oh, how many people died there? They will say, oh, it's just that man from Kogi, because they don't believe that they are one. They will say, it's just a bira, it's just a bira dying in that accident. They are not really good people. So there is no doubt. I know about that. It is going on in Nigeria, even worse, more than outside the country. So that is my answer to your questions anyway.
All right, thank you, Baba Akure. Just to address Ibrahim's questions as well, just my own input as well. I wouldn't say Nigerians are racist so much as bigoted, but because what we see exhibited in Nigeria is more bigotry than racism. We are essentially the same race, essentially. So more bigoted. We are bigoted people. There's absolutely categorically no doubt about that. We are probably the most bigoted people alive. It's just that we are quite benign in the way we manifest it until recently. So we just take it for granted, the bigotry, but we don't really act upon it essentially, but we are fundamentally bigoted. So I agree with that. But the problem with Nigeria is what we've already talked about just in the course of conversations in this session and routinely on this platform. It is a clash of civilizations. This is what we have in Nigeria. A totally, completely never to meet sort of mindset we have in Nigeria. We, the Southerners, were liberal people of liberal thought, were futuristic, scientific, were emancipated and global. The Northerners will say they are of that same thought pattern too, but we're of a westernized, sort of like a liberalized sort of mindset, and the North are of a Arabian sort of religion, strict rules sort of mindset. So completely different, and can the two cohabit? This is the experimentation that is going on in Nigeria. We have had 70 years of attempting it, and it is categorical that they cannot coexist. They cannot coexist. We were even just introducing a new story now where the Attorney General, supposedly of the Federation, is banning Twitter from the country because, according to what he says, statutes in the Constitution that applies to Northern Nigeria finds even downloading Twitter onto your phone seditious. So this is the thing, a fundamental difference in our coloration as a people. So that is just how I see it, Ibrahim. Maybe your system failed you, but hopefully you are hearing in the background. But that is just my understanding of what your question is all about. So we await Baba Akure to come back, but as we await Baba
Can I
Akure,
quickly add something to Ibrahim's?
Yeah, go on now, Ife.
Yeah, I want to add to Baba Akure's point on if the head is rotting, because even normal agriculture, let us use normal agriculture. When the root system of any plant is malfunctioning, automatically when the fruiting season starts, it will have bad fruit, or there will be no yield or low yield. I only learned historically from my mom that even during the Western free education, the government still had to be going from house to house, forcing parents to enroll their children to school. So it was not as if the free education was what every Westerner accepted. Parents were still forced to allow their children to go to school. That's why in some parts of the of Southwest, the female child were easily allowed to go to school, while the male child, because they want to assist the parents in farm, some of the male children were not. No, sorry, the male child were allowed to go to school while the female child were not allowed, so in some parts, because they believe that the male child were stubborn. So if they go to school, they would what's it called? They are going to be disciplined. I don't want to use the word beat discipline, so that when they come back home, they will be more responsible. But one thing was this: the government still did house-to-house check, ensuring that any child that is of school age is forced to go to school. What happened in the north? When you read the biography of Buhari and Atiku, the two running prominent northerners now, either present or in future, they will say there that the whites forced their parents to allow them to go to school. They will say, that was speaking, and I asked, if you guys had this policy, why is it that when they now became educated, they did not allow others or implement that same policy that was used in the western part or southern part, to allow all those people that the neglected one now are now disturbing everybody to go to school? So
my brother,
yeah,
my brother, let me support you. Let me support you in what you are saying. You see, way back, I don't know when you remember when John Yohana Madaki was the military governor of Gongola State, Adamawa State. You remember that time?
No, I'm a little bit younger.
I remember Gongola, but I don't remember that person you are talking about. Gongola
Okay, he was my commander. He was the one that trained me in the depot. When he retired, when they changed him as a governor of, I think, Adamawa or Gongola State as at that time, Adamawa State. See, what I want to tell you today, what you are saying is right. In Adamawa State, in Kanu'S State, the interior part of the Kanu'S State and Adamawa State, if you go to Adamawa, there are some people, the particular tribe that lives in the mountain. When I escorted this governor, Madaki, to those places, they were begging them. This thing I'm telling you was 1994-95. 1994. They were begging them to come, just come down and go to school free. They couldn't. They will see you, they will run away. Yes, please. Yes, please.
What you are saying is true. Those people never seen civilization. They don't have no clothes. They don't have nothing.
Ajale Koko. They were tying little piece of, the female children were tying piece. Some of them were naked, totally
they were naked. They were using.
How long ago was this, Vin? How long ago was this?
This is 1994-95 when I joined the army. I joined the army 1993.
Yeah.
I joined the army 1993.
Yeah,
I was
Governor Madaki of Bauchi State.
Johanna Madaki.
Johanna, he went up the hill to meet those people, and they brought them. I mean, they don't want to associate with anybody.
I was one of the escorts. What I'm telling you is what I saw.
Yeah, you are saying the truth.
They were begging them to go to school. They could not come down to go to school. Even to recruit them into the Nigerian army, they will come and take small, they were paying us allowances. They will just come there, take 1 month or 2 or 3 months allowances and run away. They will not continue with the training. Just to go and start up table business. You see, so these are some of these people were practically helped. Look, my brother, I have never seen a region that has been assisted the way these people has been assisted. Yet they don't want to fall in line. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vin. So as we keep on saying, a clash of civilization. So thank you, Zin. Let's get back to Baba Akure. But Baba Akure, before I come back to you, let me lighten the mood with this one. This one certainly to amuse you, Baba Akure, especially this one, especially for you. Also, Baba Akure, of course, you know what today means in the Nigerian state, but does it mean the same thing to everybody? Baba Akure, this one for you.
Hear people at the background.
Now God save you.
God save me. I beg now.
No. Sorry, that wasn't what I wanted to show you, Baba Akure. Let me find it. Hold on, just bear with me 1 second. This will hopefully make you laugh if I can find it. I did just download it now. All right. Okay, let me abandon that then. I can't seem to find. Bear with me.
Is it the dancing they were dancing today?
No, not the dancing. It was some guy that was doing Happy Independence Day and he got pelted. But Baba, carry on. If I find it, then I'll bring it to you.
Okay,
go on. Yeah,
I'm going to talk about Zakzaky that you mentioned. You know, for him to say that, when I hear that, I was thinking maybe that was the reason the government always crack on them, because that was when first come to my mind. But you know, when these people, this country are the people that is paying him, I want to believe they are paying him, giving him money to propagate their religion. So you know, he has to give them good report that, oh well, in order to win their mind, in order to give him maybe more fund or something like that.
To keep the dollars flowing.
Exactly. So because you can see if you read about Idi Amin Dada of Uganda, he also he turned he was trying to turn Uganda to a Muslim country and invited Saudi Arabian to come to Uganda and they gave him a lot of money at that time. So that is how it goes. So these people are pumping money for them to propagate the religion across the world. So I think he's just giving them good feedback, even knowing fully that that will not happen in Nigeria. They've been trying it for a very long time. Even based on based on the information, what was the name of this man Murtala, I made to understand that he was trying to do that. So almost all of the military.
That's not true. Baba Akure, Murtala didn't attempt anything like that. Too.
Okay.
No,
so,
that's not.
Almost all of them, but I know for sure almost all of them have been trying to do that. What's the name of it? Babangida tried that, and it failed. So it won't work in Nigeria. They can do anything they want to do, but you know, our southwest or southeast leaders, they still believe in. Believe that, okay, well, nothing can happen, right? Like we cannot be colonized by Fulani. You know, you always mention here that we conquered people, right? You always say that, but you see our leaders fold their arms, and if careful is not taken, maybe what we think is not going to happen will of course happen. And that is why I said the other day that this is how I'm going to sit down and follow suit, and then they are the people that is going to carry the banner of Oduduwa Nation and IPOB when the time comes. So that is my take for that.
All right. Thank you, Baba Akure. So now this space that Lamido Sanusi is speaking to, zoning will leave us with useless presidential candidates in 2023.
Thank you.
Zoning, of course, to the south, but sorry, I still have that thing on the screen. Zoning, of course, to the south, but Adanle Koko has a different interpretation of it. But what is your interpretation, Baba?
Thank you very much for that question. Actually, to me, I don't see anything wrong in zoning. It is just that we never got it right. The problem we have is that it should have been party internal thing, not public, like the way they call some people from the southwest, southeast, and not central, northeast, or not wherever they call it, gather themselves somewhere, and they're talking about, okay, well, we'll be zoning to some places where this is how everybody just, okay, they really believe that, okay, it is what is normally it's supposed to be done. Actually, it is not. The constitution does not support that. But to me, there is nothing wrong in zoning. You know the reason why I say that?
Yeah.
Even in the Western world, no region or no states will continue producing presidents every single time. You see United States for instance. Biden is from I think it's from Delaware. And George Bush is from, I think they are from Texas or from somewhere. So what I'm trying to bring out is that one area cannot dominate the whole country. They can zone it.
It is in the constitution of Nigeria.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't know anything about that, but technically, one area cannot dominate other. We see that in the United States. Don't you think that Democrats can decide, okay, well, we are going to retain our presidency in Texas every single time, so we have to go to Texas. But they also, in their own concourse, they will say, no, we are not going to take a candidate from Texas. Okay, we have to zone it to either Florida or wherever. So for this happening in Nigeria, it is not out of point. It is just that one party seems to be greedy, because the problem, the problem we are having right now is that because Yaradua died, because this has been the bone of contention for a very long time. They thought is supposed to spend 8 years. Okay, now he didn't even finish. He didn't even finish the first term. So they believe that, okay, well, Jonathan already spent the time of Yaradua plus another 4 years, and that was one of the reasons why Northern Nigeria did not support Jonathan in that 2015. Even though there was a lot of corruption, if they would have even supported him, had they been, Yaradua was able to finish his 8-year term, then Goodluck Jonathan continued, they would still support him for that 2 years. But due to the fact that Yaradua did not finish his tenure, and Goodluck finished that and also won the election and go for another 4 years. But my question that I always ask is that if something like that happened in the southern part of Nigeria, would not agree. Let's say when Jonathan was DN2, then Yaradua was his vice. Then Jonathan could not even finish it now. Also, and he died. And Yaradua finished that term and continue and finish another 4 term again. 4 years again. Do you think not Northern Nigeria will agree? They are not going to agree. So we still come back to the same thing.
Baba Akure, there is a question I would like to ask you, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, Goodluck Jonathan spent 2 years as vice president. Yar'Adua died and he completed the 2 years, making it 4 years. Then run through a doctrine of necessity. Then now run for the full-term president, and he spent 4 years, including the 2 years of Yar'Adua, and it became 6 years. Now, Buhari, is it not morally right for Buhari has spent 6 years? Is it not morally right for them now to amend the constitution that if that is what they are asking for, then Buhari should also spend 6 years and get out of there?
You know, just to add on to, sorry, Baba, could I just to add on to what you've just said, Vin, in the latter halves of Goodluck Jonathan's regime, he came up with a proposal that the Nigerian presidency should be 1 term of 6 years. Yes,
that is true.
So, Baba, could I hear to you?
So, do you think not a part of Nigeria will agree with us?
One man. That Jonathan proposal was a selfish proposal too, because the calculation then was that, okay,
it is not a selfish proposal.
Hold on, let me finish. Then you can tackle me. See, he has already finished 2 years. He completed the Yar'Adua term. 2 years. So his proposal for 6 years mean that.
No, you are wrong. You are wrong. It wasn't going to. That would exempt him. That doesn't. You mean he wanted to get 12 years? Is what I'm thinking you are wanting to say. Is that not? He wanted to get 12 years. Is that what you're trying to say?
You think it's going to exempt him?
No, that would have exempted. That would have exempted him, because if he's saying 6 years, then he would have completed those 6 years. So that would have exempted him. You know, from running again.
No. That wouldn't have exempted him. That would have taken off immediately. That is second time, so that he will use 8 years. That was his calculation that time.
That wasn't my interpretation of it, but
that was his calculation. He wouldn't have they would have
That
started
was not his calculation.
Okay, I had it. No
that
problem.
Was not Goodluck's calculation. I don't agree with you. What Goodluck was thinking then, believing that 6 years, because of the nation and the way things is, 1 term is enough so that this country at least all part
so
of
that it will easily go around.
Yeah, it can be able to go around the geopolitical zones of this country, one after the other.
He would have started
He would not, because it would not make sense for him to want to stay in power for 12 years. That would not, and that wasn't the reading of the man, by the way. I had no sense
that
it was.
Stay in power. Hold on. That kind of man now.
Yeah, I had no. Just like Ego said, I had no sense that it was a power greedy. I didn't see him as a power greedy man.
Who told you? Who told you that Jonathan is not power greedy?
No, that wasn't the sense. That wasn't the sense that I got of it.
Let me tell you.
Why are you saying like that?
I agree with you.
Hold on, now you have your own opinion. I have my own opinion. Jonathan was a power greedy. That is why he run. Hold on. That is why he run.
Hold on, Ego.
That is why he run his government, excluding Yoruba in the scheme of things. That's number one. Number two, yes, that is number one. Number two was that Jonathan within the party, within PDP, prior to 2020, that election was 2014. Is it 2014 or 2016? 2014, right? 2015. Prior to that, there was contention within their party. The Northerner was asking for the power to shift to the north. That, look, you have spent 2 years with Yar'Adua. You completed.
Hold on, please, Ego. Oh God, please, Ego, you have to settle down. And when you want to interject, Ego, please ask for the permission of the speaker as well. That is what let's not just overrun people. Adale Koko, land your point. Let me get back to Baba Akure, and then let's get things back on a streamlined. So land your point. Yeah.
Prior to 2014, within PDP, the Northerners within PDP were asking for the power to shift to the north. They were presenting a case that, look, your 2 years you finish, the 2 years you finish to complete Yar'Adua time, they were saying it as a joint ticket between both of you. Therefore, that 4 years, you are part of it. So the second 4 years that you have spent now is enough for you, and let the power shift to the north. This guy did not agree. He crooked and he manipulated everything. That is why the party broke. That is why you see some power like Saraki and some others in the north. They broke out of the party and went to join APC. So, and those are the strengths. If those people did not move out of PDP to APC, there is no way APC would have won the election. To Jonathan greed is the cause of this problem that we find ourselves today.
All right. That is your interpretation, Ajale Koko, but everybody to their opinion.
That is what I know within the party.
Can I say something?
We have people within the party.
All right. Ola, yeah, to you.
Yeah, Ajale Koko, the only place I disagree with you, sir, is this. If Jonathan is really power greedy, he will have dared the consequence of that 2015 election.
That is it.
And nothing will have happened.
That is it.
No, a lot will have happened. Let me tell you why a lot will have happened. The president, Obama, has already warned him that if he fails to leave power, that they will deal with him seriously. He knew the consequences.
What happened when Abacha was there? What happened when Abacha was there?
Let's not go to Abacha. Let's get back instead to Baba Akure, who
they
had the
already
floor.
warned him. You know, some APC, some people, they have already been to Washington to discuss with Abacha, with Obama. Obama was fully behind, Buhari too. They called him and they told him that, look, don't mess, we don't want you to break that country into pieces. They already seen it. All the Janjaweed are already gathered up in the north, ready to blow up the country if you refuse to hand over. He saw it.
All right, thank you. Let's get back to Baba Akure, who had the floor. So, Baba Akure, back to you. Round off your thoughts. You may want to package what you've just said as part of it, and then I'll take you on to the next talking point.
Well, to me, I do not agree with Ajale Koko, and I and Allah, we are on the same page. It doesn't really matter. Either Russia can send message to Nigeria. Nigeria is a sovereignty on its own, and the president can decide of what he wants, and nothing is going to happen. And that is exactly what is going on in Guinea right now. Is it Guinea or Gambia, where military took over, and that military is going to be sworn in as the president, and nothing, absolutely nothing. I said nothing will happen.
Well, Korea has been sworn in.
They are just making us. They don't have our interests at all. So that is my point for that.
All right, thank you, Baba Akure. Let me show you that clip now that I'm so hopefully after all that effort you find it as amusing as I find it. So I think I may well have it for you now, Baba Akure. So Baba Akure, this is for you. Oh, it won't let me broadcast. You see this thing? It's a conspiracy. But all right, I'll keep on trying. But let me take you on to the next talking point, Baba Akure, as Pa Adebanjo takes Buhari to school, telling him that what is this language of Nigeria being non-negotiable? The entity itself, Nigeria, we negotiated it. You were not born at that time. So Pa Adebanjo schools, they are booking Aso Rock. What says you?
The issue is that this issue of Nigeria is not negotiable. It's not this. It's not that. Even we that we are even small boy to Pa Adebanjo, we know that Nigeria is negotiable. It's negotiable.
In fact, the country itself was negotiated. Was the point that
exactly? Yeah. Even we that we are a baby to Pa Adebanjo, we know that thing is not right. We have to sit down and talk and decide. Do we want to be in Nigeria or we want to go away? You cannot force people to force people together. It is just that it is just like you are raping us. That is what that means. That statement, that is what it means. Okay, now he is saying that they are saying this every single time, consecutively and consistently. So do you hear any northern governor now gather themselves and say that, oh well, what he's saying is wrong? But when southern governors gather themselves and they are thinking about how they can move their state forward, they will be telling that, oh, they make this so silly statement. That is why they don't want to hand over power. That is why they don't want to shift anything to the south. That is why they believe in constitution. They believe in this and that. You cannot tell us that. So it means that you are ruling us by force. You are raping us. If you are saying to us that Nigeria is non-negotiable, so it means that.
So just that word, Baba Akure, YouTube will send me a note, but so carry on.
So it's just like you are forcing us that, okay, well, whatever you say, whatever you do, that is fine. And we don't have say. That is what that means, and shouldn't be so. If we are in democracy, you cannot say that. When people agitate, you call them to table, you ask them question, then they will okay, this is what we want. It happens here in Alberta in the last 3 years. When one party came up too in Alberta, and you see them gang up, they say they want to leave Canada too. But what happened after the election? They settle it. You call people to table. You discuss. Look at Quebec. Quebec did the same thing. They want to go. Two times they tried out and they were defeated. But yet they still give them autonomy on their own state. If you want to come to Canada in any immigration process, you want to come to Canada either as a student, if Quebec, I repeat, if they do not approve you to come, you cannot come. There is nothing federal government can do about it. Your application will be rejected. Even before they even process your application, they will say, tell you to go and get the proper document from Minister of Immigration in Quebec. That is until then, the federal government will now attest to your application. So you when things happen, you have to come to the table and you discuss with people. You cannot just forcing us. Nigeria is not negotiable. Nigeria is not this, not that.
If there's any country on this planet that should be negotiable, it's Nigeria, because just the configuration, it has never worked. So, and we all know this. So why keep saying that it's not non-negotiable? It's just non-negotiable. Yeah.
Because when people are, I always say this because it gets people angry. When people just enjoy, they don't feel the pain that people are going through, and you are telling us this is not negotiable. It's not this, not that. Do you really think anybody wants Nigeria to break up if things are working? Do you really think? But when you're forcing people, when you're supposed to sit down and talk, when you're forcing people that, okay, well, they have to do this against their own will, how do you want them to react?
All right. Thank you. So now, finally, Baba Akure, to Lai Mohammed, who is describing essentially downloading Twitter as sedition, is saying according to the laws in the North. So this still speaks to that space of negotiation. So apparently they have specific laws in the Constitution that particularly pertains to specific parts of the country. And what this guy is saying, Abubakar Malami, this is, there's a lawsuit in the ECOWAS court. He's saying that Abubakar Malami has told the ECOWAS court that simply having Twitter application on one's mobile device in Nigeria constitutes the offense of sedition under the strict penal code applicable to northern Nigeria. So it's haram to have Twitter even on your phone in the north, according to Malami. Alarming, or are you alarmed, Baba Akure?
That you always mention the clash of civilization. I don't. If you don't want to use phone, so it means that Nigeria has two laws, tier 1 and tier 2. So one applicable to some section and one does not. Take for instance Sharia law as well, which is in line with the issue of phone that is forbidden in the north. That the Malami is talking about, because I want to believe that one maybe it came out of Quran. I mean, it came out of Sharia law, whatever. So when you apply the Sharia law in the north and you say, okay, they cannot use phone, then the southern part of Nigeria is using phone, the Sharia law does not apply. Are we going to say we are one now? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I'm very sorry. We cannot be one. That is just the point. Because this mentality is transferring from parent to offspring. That is what you biologists transferring of heredity to offspring. So it is transferred from parent to offspring. So it has been there, and it will continue. If not that, why is it Ajanle Koko friend went to university and said to people that they cannot be second-class citizens and they cannot be this, they cannot go so low. And this is what is going to be in the brain of those people that he spoke to that very day. And
I mean, those children are already gone. They are damaged already just from that speech. Because, like you said, it will rest in their mind.
Exactly.
And
So then they will pass it again because they've already indoctrinated to that system. So that is why we cannot be one. I'm very sorry. There is nothing we can do about it. Like a Dele Faro to me say today, only we just couple different countries, just couple together by European for their own benefit, which is true. So how can you be telling us that in another part of Nigeria it is enshrined in the constitution or whatever that phone is forbidden in the north? Then the south now they can use phone under the same country. So it won't work. So we can continue passionate. In as much that we are going to remain in one country, we cannot have a very good constitution because it will not work. Even if we go to regional government, it will still not work. If some quarter of the same country is using one law and another section is using another different law, so it will not work. It will not.
There we are. Baba Akure, I found it at last. This is for you, Baba Akure. Let me remove Alexander Super Chat from the screen for a moment. So, Independence Day celebration for you, Baba Akure.
Happy Independence Day, gbogbo ará àdúgbò.
There you are, the yin and yang of
what you see, that is very nice.
Oh God, that was funny, man.
That is very nice.
What's up with funny? This guy independent. He no go better for you.
So that was Ovie. That was the response to Ovie.
61 years.
Yes.
61 years.
He was lucky.
61 years. We do not have a pipe-borne water. We do not have good road. We do not have good education. We do not have a good transportation.
Man, if I were the one that said this thing about my own place, you would be shouting at me.
There you go.
Even national carrier, which is airplane, that Ethiopia for that matter, they have their own airline. But we, so-called giant of Africa, we don't have. We don't have good leader. We have not even got it right in 61 years. It is not even we alone say that. Weke, I just saw a message of Weke. What he said today. One of the things is that there is nothing to be celebrated in Nigeria. Because based on what that's not how I put it, but to summarize what he said, there is nothing to be celebrated in Nigeria. Except maybe when we initially got independence, that was what we can talk about. But right now there is not to be celebrated because we've already celebrated long time ago what Nigeria was for. But now nothing to be celebrated. He is right because everything is just keeping down. Diminishing. We are retrogressing. In the 21st century, it is cow. It is what we are discussing. Cow, for that matter. We are not even discussing about human capital. We are not even debating on how to get sufficient food. But it is cow, ordinary cow. It is what
cow and ruga.
It is what is causing
It is
problems.
unbelievable, you know. We keep mentioning that word unbelievable within the Nigerian space.
That is
with all we know, with the people we have, with the resources at our disposal, we're still having the sort of conversation that we're having in Nigeria.
Somebody sent me a message this evening. He said she's not from Nigeria anyway. She's one of my friend back in Antigua. She sent me a message on Facebook. She said happy Independence Day. I know what she's talking about anyway. I said,
she was mocking you, Abi.
What was that?
I said, was she poking fun at you?
Not really. Not really. She just want to chat anyway because I'm not really I'm not really interested in her chat anyway. But she want to chat. Right. She sent me a message. She knew because she has baby for a Nigerian guy. So we are very good friends anyway because we are neighbors when I was in Antigua. So now she sent me a message. She said happy Independence Day because she knew to know somebody who have a baby for Nigeria. So she knows that okay, today is Independence. I pretended as if I didn't know what she was talking about. I said, and I'll reply. I said, what are you talking about? She said, your country, but you were born in Nigeria. I said, forget about that, boss. So, do you think?
Are you disowning your own country, Baba Akure?
I'm not disowning the country because even whatever I achieve outside Nigeria, most of them, 90% of them are in Nigeria. So, but you cannot be happy with what is going on there. You cannot be happy. If you say, okay, you are happy, you see people who cannot even afford their even just two times in a day, that they cannot even feed themselves just 2 times in a day, then you'll be happy about that.
Is well.
When you don't have road, I saw a road from Akure to my village the other day.
Wow.
The road that you suppose, even from Akure to my village is about a 10 minutes drive. Now you'll be spending about 2 hours. Wow. Because so it is very funny. Can you be hearing this and you'll be so okay? Well, we are celebrating independence. What kind of independence? When you cannot even produce ordinary toothpick. When you have to tell me now that we have to import palm oil from Malaysia. When you have to import every single thing, even gari, then you have to import it from another place again. Even yam that we're supposed to produce by ourselves. The one we have is not even enough. It cannot even feed 1/4 of the whole population.
Can I add to what Baba Akure is even saying?
All right. Thank you, Baba Akure. I'll go on to Ego next, but Ola first, we hear your comments. So thank you, Baba Akure.
I just wanted to add to what Baba Akure said, that even Gary that we used to do locally, the Chinese are now taking over from us now. You know, they are the one that building value chain around Gary. That's what we should be celebrating, right?
You know, if the Chinese take over the Gari space, that's what $2-3 billion they'll be taken out of the Nigerian economy, because Gari is the staple of the Nigerian table right across the entirety of the country. You come back from work, you come back from school, you are too lazy to cook. You boil water quickly, make gari, you drink gari, you soak gari. So if gari falls in the hands of the Chinese, that was a $3-5 billion per annum dollar economy that the wealth that goes, because they are not doing gari to keep the money in Nigeria. They are doing gari to take your naira, convert it to dollars, and take it back to their country. So exactly. That's capital flight right there. So thank you, Baba Akure.
Someone will be running after one analytic.
And a lot of our people will lose jobs.
Yeah, you know. But they will never get it right, of course, because Gary is always in the taste. So they will just use science to do Gary. Let me acknowledge Alexander Super Chat, and then we go on to Ego. Thank you, Baba Akure. Alexander Super Chat, and he speaks to Ajanle Koko. He says, Ajanle Koko is absolutely right. Jonathan only conceded defeat because Obama's call persuaded him. People tend to really ignore and or forget it. So yes, Obama was quite punchy. I remember during that period, he came to Africa and he pointedly did not visit Nigeria. I think he actually went as far as Ghana and he pointedly did not visit Nigeria. So yes, Obama was quite influential in that space, and it was quite. It was too vocal in Nigerian politics. Obama did nothing really essentially for Africa, being the first African person to be president of America. But thank you for the super chat, Alexander. That's just my opinion, by the way, subjective view. So now to Ego. Ego, are you with us? Okay, we don't appear to have Ego. So let's go on to from Ego then to Ife. Ife, are you there? All right. We don't
Yes,
have
I'm
Ife.
here. I'm here.
All right. Good to have you, Ife. I thought maybe you'd fallen asleep again because you fell asleep on us yesterday, didn't you?
He has gone for Friday.
Sorry, everybody. I
Look at
apologize
that.
for yesterday.
Is the Imukumu, isn't it? Are you with the engineer drinking all that locally made? What's it? Don't worry, I'm a member too. Well, good to have you again, Ife. So now to Buhari, it says, I know the lawmakers' business is sponsoring IPOB Yoruba Nation, and I will deal with them. So he's intent on dealing and quelling and bringing to an end the agitations in the southern parts of the country. But then, of course, the greatest weight that the country is carrying is from the north and from its own tribesmen. So he points to actual names. He's saying he knows of a serving member of the National Assembly who sponsors IPOB. So to all of that, your thoughts, Ife?
The question is it IPOB has an international account? What's it called? Yoruba Nation has an international account. So who are you going to persecute? Because that's the right word I will use. That's just persecution. It's like a father that has children and his own children are wayward, but he's pointing at other people's children outside that they're wayward. Even if we look at what IPOB and Yoruba Nation is fighting for, and what his kinsmen are doing in the north, such that the Pope even came out, was it 2 days ago, to say that they should stop the killing in Nigeria. Who are those people killing in Nigeria? Are they in the south or from the north? They are from the northern part of the country. So we know that he's a bigot and more of a religious fanatic person. When he was asked about Boko Haram and killer headsmen, he said that he does not understand how brothers will be disputing for simple issues. You can imagine that president saying that the Boko Haram are brothers who are disputing for different issues. And I was speaking with a security personnel today. He actually told me that what we are seeing with the Fulani headsmen now is that the Boko Haram members who are repentant are now joining the Fulani headsmen, such that they are now going to kidnapping. That's what's happening now. So he should face his own kinsmen. And that's why, even though I know that there's no government in Nigeria that does not have its up and down, that's one thing I credited Obasanjo for. When there was a form of uprising in Southwest, during OPC's era, he called them to order. Like, the question is, if you can discipline your own child or your own people, then it should pass the message that if I can discipline my own people, then I don't see the reason why I cannot discipline other people. You came out and said that the sponsors of Boko Haram, that you don't want to is it shame them? Of course,
If you are exactly right. There's just so many missed opportunities in this Buhari administration, because Buhari is the perfect person to put an end to Boko Haram and banditry and savagery in the Northeast. He is a Fulani man, is a leading figure amongst the Fulanis, is a leading figure amongst the religion. So if he moves to put an end to it, that space cannot go under religion or tribe to hide and call people to come and support them, because it is your own person. But if Goodluck Jonathan goes against him, they'll say he's a Christian southerner and is waging a religious. So
that wants to
Buhari is
reduce
the
the
perfect
population.
person to end it, but of course he's a sympathizer for it.
Look at, did you see the Zamfara report? Out of their 42 emirs, only two was found innocent. And 2 ex-governors were also part of the sponsors of bandits. You can imagine that. So if they are saying they don't want to, if the house is burning and they don't want to, put an end to the fire, automatically it will ravage everybody. The only problem is that when the heat is burning, the surrounding houses may be affected, and that's the problem we are having in the south. The problem they have in the north is now spiraling, such that we are now bearing the brunt. That's what's happening in the north. And like you rightly said, it is only a northerner that can actually fix that problem, where people will not see it from either the religious or the ethnic aspect. You can imagine who's going to come from the south and tackle Boko Haram, and people will not say that maybe it's using high-handedness. That's the problem. They will say, oh, you are bombing out, because let's be sincere, there's nowhere in the country that does not have a form of civil unrest. So let's say the governor, the next president comes to the southwest. They will say you are not talking to your own people who are doing Yoruba agitation. Then why must you talk to us? If it goes to the southeast, you hear you've not talked to your IPOP people, why must you talk to us? Even if it goes to the south, they will tell you that's when they will tell you that the militants are also anti-Nigeria. So the problem of the north can only be solved by them, and it's very, very unfortunate that they are even culpable, because some of them are sponsors. Late Lafia said that the sponsor of Boko Haram is a serving governor. Sorry, very painful that guy is now late. Very painful.
There's sorry, carry on here, Ife.
Yeah. So Buhari, and I want to understand that it's just this superiority in ethnicity that's actually playing out in that space. When you have emirs who are only Fulanis over other tribes there, now they now see themselves as this superior being who cannot be touched, and they have their people, because they've told us that they are pastoralists, they don't need to have a stay in one country, and these are the people bringing problem. And recently the House of the Senate came out. The House of Assembly has the resolution that called the bandits terrorists, and the House of Senate has seconded that they should actually call these people terrorists.
But Buhari will just ignore that, of course.
Of course, we know he will ignore it, but the problem is they are feeling the heat. You see, if they will be able to pull the same population or the same number of votes that they claim they have, then I will know that actually something is wrong in the north.
Ife, you were saying that it's so painful that Belafia passed on the way he did, but there's a lot of mysteries that enshroud that space, because Melafia himself was waiting in anticipation to be finished up. I'm just trying to use a language that will not send YouTube after me. But he essentially was waiting in anticipation to be killed, and he says so in his own words. Listen to this, Ife.
I'm in hiding. Right now, not even my wife knows where I live. Yes.
That is Obadiah Melafia, by the way, speaking. Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
What they planned was that they would keep me there and interrogate me till past midnight. Then what they will then do is to say, look, it's too late to return me home, that I should just stay in the prison next door. And they had already paid somebody who's on death row that in the middle of the night he will just get up and kill me. Yes. So they told my wife, look, call Washington, call everywhere. And actually, there was a call from the White House. In fairness to the Americans, there was also a call from London. There was a call from Germany. There's a call from France to Abuja to tell them that they warn them that they must make sure that no harm comes to them.
So that was about Dayame Lafia, former ex-CBN, who is not a fool and not an alarmist, and those are his own words. So there's a lot of mystery around what exactly happened to that guy, Ife. But let me move you on from there, Ife, to El Zakzaky, who is insisting that Nigerians prefer Islamic rule. So this is a guy that we view with sympathy, but of course he has another agenda and another intention. So do you prefer Islamic rule, Ife?
You know that there is Gugurudu in my area. I mean, I would like Gugurudu to some extent. Let all those politicians use Gugurudu to before they swear them into office. Sorry, even though I'm a Christian, I don't really see where somebody will use the Quran Bible to say that blah blah blah, taking billions, looting money here and there, even though we know God is merciful. But let's now face the topic itself. It's unfortunate that there is this wind blowing in Africa that radical Islamists is ravaging the whole place. The same problem we have in Nigeria is the same exact problem facing Mali, exactly the same type of problem facing Chad and Burkina Faso. So the sub-Saharan continent, the sub-Saharan countries. So, and where these monies are coming from, everybody knows. They are from radical Islamist sympathizers from the Arab world. Because from the ammunition, even from Malafia that you talked about, there was this video. That's why the death of that guy is actually paining me, because he had some information that even though he knew that his life was in danger, he should have done some prerequisite tips that if anything happens to him, they should just release it. Either the name of the governor, either the name of, so that if anything happens, people will have this information that this guy gave us this name before anything happened to him. So there is clash of civilization. Holistically, there is no way you can remove the total way of life from the Islamic religion. The Christian faith has removed itself from governance, whereby they understand that governance should be politician, then the church. So the church should be separate from the government. But reverse is the case in Islamic religion. It is more like the religion itself dictates how the people has to be governed. And that's why we have the Sharia law in the northern parts of Nigeria. So if that is the case, we see the little children brought up to believe that Sharia law or Islamic form of governance or rule is the best way to rule a society. But where they don't think is this: if Islamic way is the best way to rule a society, maybe I may have my own biases, but listen, the question will be, Islam predates Christianity in Nigeria by some centuries, but what gave Nigeria development was when the Europeans came, not when the Arabs brought their own religion. Second point, whenever their governors want to give birth, they will go to America and Britain so that their children will have citizenship. They don't go to the Arab world. Their own children will be graduating from schools here in the UK and some in the US, but they will be sending all those little children to either Cairo to be studying Islamic knowledge. I'm not saying that religion does not have its place in the society, but the rationale behind doing things. If you want to do some, even the Arabian countries that are developing, most of the projects that have been done in those countries are handled by Western countries.
Ife, do you think there's a religious war going on globally? And do you think they're trying to seize charge of the African space as furthers for that religious war? Do you think we are going to see there's a renaissance of that Eastern-Western religious clash?
Yes, I hope it does not degenerate to that, but you know, when a place is ravaged by poverty and lack of education, you have two things that will be happening. The political class, hopefully depending on their willing, will say the reason why the population is not going forward is because they are adopting this type of religion. So there will be comparison. They will say, okay, look at Saudi Arabia, look at Kuwait. Why they are moving forward is because of they are using Islamic rule. But they've forgotten that we have Libya, we have Sudan, that this Islamic rule is not working there. We have Afghanistan, that imagine cutting off people's hand, maiming people. But they've forgotten that people who are actually even doing projects in this Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, are either American companies or British companies. And funny enough, even Israeli companies that they want to paint that they are fighting, that they don't have some form of synergy among them. So the problem they are now having is the internet is exposing many things that is actually allowing people to now question some things people have been telling them over the years. So the problem we are seeing in Africa is poverty. Then people are now using that poverty as a political tool, although the poverty is deliberate, just to control people's mind. But the only option we have in the South is, even in that poverty, there's no way to cajole anybody because everybody tends to have an independent mind. But the Islamic way of reading has a hierarchical system of of power shift and governance style, so that we have the top Islamic clerics, you have some of the artisans, then to the peasants, something like that. It's more or less like a caste system type of governance, whereby if you are in the ruling class,
it's a feudal system they have in the north.
Yeah, if you are in the ruling class,
in that religion,
yes, if you are in the ruling class, by virtue of your birth, you always be in that ruling class. It's only when the ruling class wants to release some form of power that some classes will now move up the ladder. Because, in those Islamic countries, you will find out that it's a family that will always rule to entirety, They will define people who will be in some certain parts of the ministry. But those things are not applicable in Africa, unfortunately, because Africa is more of a diverse place where the country is not based on a religious system. The religion came to meet some of the traditional African institutions, and that's why we're having this clash of, even in the north, they are still having clash of civilization.
Can I add to what Ifre is saying so that maybe you can just help me expatiate?
Okay, carry on now.
Yeah, you know, one thing is what I've learned about Islam is Islam was spread through military conquest, either through military conquest, trade, pilgrimage, and missionaries, right? And with what I can see in Nigeria, you know, we've seen something of that nature where all these Fulani people, they will push their cattle, they trade with people. And with the recent attack now, where they say this is military-like now, you know, you try to conquer the people and force them under your imperial structure over time, right? They use that to capture the Hausas. And I think they are trying, somehow they use that to capture Ilorin even from Yoruba. And they are now using the same thing now they are trying to extend the same thing to the West. So do you agree that actually that's what they use? Because that's exactly what I read about how they do. And I'm seeing something similar to that now.
Yes.
They are trying to do in the Southwest now.
Yeah, so Ola, you have something in the religion that's called jizya tax. If anybody wants to research on it, you can research on jizya tax. Jizya tax is a tax that is put on non-Islamic believers, such that jizya tax is put on you deliberately, so that when you become a convert, they will remove that tax away from you. Boko Haram at first was not condemned. The time they started condemning Boko Haram was when they started attacking mosques in the northern part of the country. And also, banditry was not at first condemned. It was when they started kidnapping their fellow either Fulani or Hausa Muslims that they started complaining, because they saw it as a form of jizya. Like, if I'm in the same religion with you, you should not attack me. But unfortunately for them, what they were calling bandits and Fulani men were actually terrorists who, in their own form of interpretation of the Quran and Islamic law, if you are not practicing their own type of Islam, which is a form of radical Islam.
I think it's called Wahhabism, isn't it? Or
Yeah. They are ready to take you out. That's the problem they have in the north.
All right. Thank you, Ola. I don't want us to go too deeply into, because only for reasons that I suspect that none of us on the platform at the moment are of that faith. So we cannot speak with any authority really on it. So it's just a lot of it speculative. So let me move you from that space, Ife, onto now the former emir of Kano, Sanusi, saying zoning may leave us with useless presidential candidates in 2023. I was coming at it saying that he's making acerbic remarks in the direction of the South. Ajande Koko has a different lilt on it, but what are your thoughts? Are the words of Sanusi?
My question to Sanusi is, what's it called? What's the population of the South? So is it, let's use the same analogy they normally use. Is it that in the whole of the North we cannot find somebody who can take Nigeria forward? So if they can always say that statement, why is it that in the whole of the South we cannot see a Nigerian president that can move Nigeria forward? Because at times when they start using these antics, I'm like, do they actually know that some of these things, you know what we say that Keoma in Yoruba, that you say Keoma Koro Enweje. That's the same thing happening. All these things you accuse the South of, actually you too, at one time, I've said it before. So it's now when the power of the presidency has to move to the side that they see that rotational presidency is a sin or is not right for the country.
Their point of correction is not saying it against the South. It's saying it against politicians. That politicians, this is the game they play. forth and back for their self-interest and not the interest of the nation. So I want you to look at it from that context.
From that angle, then we have to attack the process, right? Not the politics. Sorry, the political process that brings the leaders there.
Yeah,
Not yeah. So if we want to attack the political process that brings the leaders there, why is he not talking about either restructuring the country or some form of, because he should have even talked on the VAT, like, okay, if that's the case, based on our population, we should be able to generate some form of revenue by ourselves. So why is he not talking on that? Why is it that he's talking?
It talk on the economic problem too. We accuse the politician as well for not, courageous to take some radical action that can help that nation economy and can, that are really futuristic for that nation as well. So he was basically blaming politicians from both sides of the angle that they are the problem of Nigeria.
Let me quickly bring you what he said. It's not too long and involved, so you get a full feel. It says zoning may leave us with useless presidential candidates in 2023. Sanusi, former Emir of Kano, Alhaji Mohamedu Sanusi, has expressed fear of zoning leaving Nigeria with two useless presidential candidates in 2023. In an interview with Arise TV, Sanusi stated that he has always opposed the idea of rotational presidency. He noted that what Nigeria needs at the moment is a president that can deliver. I have always objected to this idea that we should focus on where the president comes from. We have got southern governors saying we want the presidency, and some northern governors saying that they want it in the north. Have you noticed that nobody has given the name of what they want? The whole thing is to corner the presidency to one part of the country, and the big masquerade would come out. And that is why, at the end of the exercise, you end up as Nigeria presented with two useless candidates. Those who want to be president should show their face either from the north or the south. So it goes on and on, but that is the thrust of what he said.
Okay, then automatically he was not actually talking about a particular. I think that submission is right, but that's not the solution. The solution to Nigeria's problem, everybody on the street knows that the solution to Nigerian problem is sitting down by every parties to define a new constitution. Everybody has been talking about that 1999 constitution that is the problem of Nigeria. So why don't they want to address the thing, the fundamental issue? It's like, Yorubas will say that, So if we don't get to the root cause of the problem, which is the constitution, to help every state. Let us even assume that they don't want to go back to the regional system, to help every state harness its resources. If you are from the south, that we are riverine, you cannot get a license for fishing, a fishing license, unless you go to Abuja. Is that not ridiculous? They are planning a naval base in the north that there's no water. I'm like, are we moving forward? So you see that our policies is to dominate another region or to dominate another type of culture, which now becomes a clash of civilization. Let's put it that way, if that's the right word to use. Because I don't know, when you are talking, let's even assume that it's not right, but we have to look at the peculiarity of Nigeria. Okay, does it mean that if it's wrong to have rotational presidency now, and in the next 50 years, the president is from the northern part, always from the northern part, so the southern states or regions should keep quiet because the country is moving forward. One thing is, before the whites came, some of the regions were more or less country have their own type of governance system, you know. And you still have those generations alive. So the question is, should they keep quiet? They won't keep quiet. That's why we have Afenifere or Haneze. I don't know what they call their own in the north. So fundamentally, we have a problem. And like, is he this guy? That guy from the mid that normally shout about Midwest region?
James.
So it means that fundamentally we have
James.
Yeah.
Look at how they have defined you, James. Ola has finished you. Not Ola, Ife has finished you on this platform with James. You have to come and flog it. Come and flog it.
Mr. President of Minority.
Yeah, minority. If we talk about Biafra and we talk about Ududua Republic or Yoruba Nation, James will just jump here and say, no, there's Midwest. You understand? So fundamentally, we have a structural issue which is even ancestral in nature, which has to be fixed. You know? And if we don't fix this thing, all these presidents, that's why there is never a united Nigeria president. What we normally have is when somebody is there, he favors in his own side. That's where you will hear something say like, now our turn, it's our turn now, you know? I remember the first time Buhari won that election, I was still in Nigeria. You need to see what these Alaba boys were doing along that Badagry Expressway. For the next 1 hour, we could not move. And the driver was like, the president, meaning that there's nothing we can do. We just have to wait for them to finish. So you see this sense of it is our own time now in Nigeria. And until we fix this issue, what we'll just be having is just moving around the cycle and it will not take us forward, you know. So that's the way I see it. Let the Emir talk about the major issue, which is the system of governance we are running and the type of structure that fits Nigeria as a country.
All right, thank you, Ife. And just finally, Ife, on this now comment by the supposed Attorney General of the Federation, who is telling us that installing Twitter is seditious under Penal Code of Northern Nigeria. So this is what he is saying to the court, that not even using Twitter, but downloading the app onto your phone is an act of sedition according to the penal codes in the north. But then, of course, Twitter has been banned in the entirety of the country. So to that, what sense do you make of that, Ife?
Yes, if it's towards the penal code of the north, then they should let the southern subscribers be using the Twitter. Or if the north has a penal code, then why can't the south has its own laws too? You know, maybe. And the funny thing about all these laws is, okay, how would we define you know this expo going in Dubai now, UAE, this 2021 expo? So don't we have a Twitter stand there, or can we be Islamic more than the Arabs? That's the question. Because from the historical history of the religion, Muhammad was an Arab. So can we be Islamic more than the Arabs? Or if they are getting tried, why can't they copy what is obtainable there? Because I don't think Twitter is banning any of all those top Islamic countries. Even Afghanistan has a Twitter handle. Afghanistan has a Twitter handle. So I don't know what he is talking about, the Northern Penal Code. One thing we have to understand about Malami is, sorry to say, he's a quota system lawyer. if on merit, I don't think he will even get to the to the offices he's handling, because you've seen how he has been even the federal government has not won any law under his tenure. I don't think the federal government of Nigeria has won. Everybody that has been taking federal government to the court has been winning.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it means there's a
Igboho
fundamental.
just won his recent case now, where
Yes.
the court ruled that it should be paid 20 billion naira.
There's another IPOB lady that was given that won to IPOB won.
Yeah, 50 million naira.
Yeah.
So
winning them.
Yeah. So the federal government has not won any case at the court of Nigeria itself. We are not even talking about West Africa now. So I know that law is dead on arrival.
Look at this. We always get one comment, or if in the comment section, that I just feel the need to highlight. So this is this guy now, Daniel O, who is now telling us that Arabs are actually black people, and he will come up with some Google something now to try and. But thank you, Daniel O. But everybody was a black man once upon a time, historically, genetically. But round off your thoughts on that, if then I'll go on to Vane.
Yeah. So issue, and I think the Islamic should come out and warn him, because if he's saying that it's against the Northern Code, the message he will pass to an average Nigerian is that Islam does not allow Twitter, which I know is false. It's just that the type of Islam they're practicing in that Northern Nigeria is something that is sickening. And you know that even among them there, they have different mosques for different tribes. They have this, you have something like this Ahmad mosque and Fulani mosque, you know? Hausa mosque, is this a Hausa mosque, this a Fulani mosque, this a...
No, we've even had this on this platform. Even in the core north, they would not go to a mosque that is being led by somebody that is Shiite. You know,
Yeah.
they will not. They will certainly. You will never find a northerner lined up in a mosque that is being run by a southerner, no matter how steeped and deep in religion that person is, because they don't really count your Islam as anything of note. You know,
Yeah.
but a southerner will always line up behind the northern imam, but a northerner will never line up with a
person.
No, are we just are we too sheepish?
Look at one man. No, one man. This is the argument, and this one thing everybody will attest to here. Before either Islam or Christianity came to the southern part, our grandparents were traditionalists. So, and they have been doing their own worship. So, like my own grandfather, he did every form of religion. The only thing he will just tell you is, if I've been worshiping like 5 gods, so why should you bring your own? And I will say I cannot worship it. So you find that because they've been having this diverse form of worship, the day they will do Shango festival, the day they will do Oya festival, the day they will do Olokun festival, they will, even though they have their own lineage Ogun. So the question is, they will now say, okay, even though we know that this religion has its own taboos too, and they don't go beyond the taboo of one form of traditional worship. So by that virtue, they have been liberalized. So you have somebody like my grandfather who is an Ogun worshipper, but he still have a wife who is more or less an Olokun person, you know. So, and they will not go against their how would they say
Did you not pick up anything from your grandfather? Are you able to are you with the spirits? If you are not with the spirits,
the day he died, we had to leave the compound because my dad just said Omo, I don't want my children to just experience
The
this
spirits
type
will
of
move tonight.
yeah,
Eh?
we just
The spirits will move,
let
Abi.
yeah. So, but what I'm trying to say is this: in the South, we have been liberal by our history.
You
We
should
were
come
not.
when Mike
We
is
were
here,
not.
when he's making up all this Oduife something that it is all this fabu that he likes to tell us. Come and
We
challenge
were.
him on Oduife. But carry on,
No,
sorry. Yeah.
I cannot
Yeah.
go to that aspect. But one thing is, we are liberal minded, and if we are liberal minded, somebody will not now bring one religion and will say that his own is the right one. So if you don't follow my own, people will imagine in the South, if somebody is fasting and he say that he's fasting, we will tell him that go and fast in your area, don't come and disturb us here, you know. But it's, the problem will now be because you are fasting, you don't want another person, you want to force your own this thing on another person. People will tell you that you are going beyond your boundary. So I think that's the by our nature, by our cultural background, we are more liberal, and that's where they get it wrong, and that's why we easily blend in any other culture. I think there's no country in this world that you not find a Southerner. There is no country.
Especially an Igbo man. An Igbo man,
Yeah.
anywhere that you don't find an Igbo man, any country, just burn that country down. It's a completely useless country. I've got I hope it comes on one of these days. One of my chaps on this platform, he is in Afghanistan. And I've been asking him because we chat on Twitter. I was asking, what are you doing in Afghanistan of all places? He said, this country is good, or this, that, and the other. Young Igbo guy, you know. But what is in that? We all know what is in Afghanistan anyway. I'm not going to pry too much because sometimes you don't want to know some things.
One man, let me just share the light there. I have a friend from Palestine. Do you know that the way he was describing Palestine to me, even though the media describe Palestine as this, that, he said, as long as you are educated in Palestine, you will know when you will know when you will build your house. You will know when you would have some form of benefit, that your life is structured. I'm like, man, even though we were working together in England. He left for Palestine. He said that there's no much difference in the money he's receiving here and what's obtainable in Palestine. That even it's just the ratio of little money. You know that their economy is being controlled by the Israeli economy. Yeah, so he said there's no much difference. So for him to even stay here, he was finding it difficult. He's back in Palestine, but the question is this: if somebody in Palestine can be saying that, and what the media is portraying is wrong from what is actually on ground, that means there's a big problem. So if the guy in Afghanistan is saying that, we are not there as a person, you know, understand? And it is only what the media wants to portray that we know. So I think we have to give him the benefits of doubt, you know. So that's why.
I mean, if you look at if you watch if anytime there is this bombing by the Israeli Palestinian position, you will see quickly the ambulance and everything, all the rescue team, they will be there immediately. That to tell you that their system runs well.
Yeah.
Haven't you guys noticed that?
Yes.
Anytime there's a bombing by Israeli on one position or some area, you will see the Palestinian EMS. They'll be there in 1 minute. That's to tell you the system is running good somewhere, somehow.
Imagine ordinary malaria in Nigeria. We don't have injection. Not to talk of malaria tablet. They will sit there. You understand? So
do you know how many people that died in the north recently? They are still dying of cholera. In Nasarawa, in Niger, in every. I mean, cholera killing in this modern day.
So Adebanjo Koko, thank you for that. You know, so if we are not on ground, don't let us just use what the media is saying at times.
All right.
Adebanjo Koko, that's good observation.
Yes, just to add on to what you said, Ife, a lot of people should not be taking their news or their information from mainstream television, especially you in America. If you are listening to Fox News, then you are listening to an extremist news. If you are listening to CNN, you are listening to a particular. They are all propaganda tools, and the way they report some regions of the world, they just use a catch-all. As far as they are concerned, the whole of Africa is still some starving people with
Yeah,
kwashiorkor
yeah.
belly, and that is still the imagery. So that is why when you have a conversation with your American friend, your European friend, etc., and you are describing a life and they are describing your life back to you, and the two never marry because they see you in this particular way, but you are in a totally different way. It's all because of that misinformation that is out there. That is just, and they are
Woman,
doing it
let me add
deliberately to keep
something.
that space down to continue to exploit it. If
Woman,
they,
let me quickly add
yeah,
this. Do you know
yeah,
that in 2018 when I came here and I was studying masters at the university, and we were using computer and some what's it called software, MATLAB to be precise. This white guy came and said, do we all know how to use computer and MATLAB? And we're like, what do you take us for? Are we?
and by the way, he wasn't. By the way, he wasn't saying that to be malicious. He wasn't trying to be rude. He was just surprised because he was expecting you to come to him to say, "How do I switch on this machine?"
Yeah.
Then
And
that's what the media they watching on TV, you know.
so yeah. So there's a lot that the media space has to account for. But then, of course, people are going off mainstream media to seek their information and
And
knowledge elsewhere.
that's why
Yeah.
platforms like this are very, very important so that you understand what is on ground. People can tell you from their own experience, not what somebody just sat down somewhere edited to just get some traffic online, which to mislead people.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Ife. Let's go on from you, Ife, then to Vin as we continue to cascade through. So, Vin, are you still with us?
Yes, please, I'm here.
Thank you, Vin, for staying. So let me take you then to that space of Abubakar Malami telling us that to even have Twitter on your phone is an act of sedition in the northern part of the country. One country, two different set of laws. This is what the Nigerian system is. Vin.
His comments, good morning to everybody. And one man, I will tell you that if it is an environment where merits, meritocracy is upheld, like I always say, on this platform, people like that will never, come close to the corridors of power or even be allowed to hold any appointment. I will seek for your permission to tell you now that
Here in Ghana, here in Ghana, you want to do it, so do it here in Ghana. Oh yeah, let me start it for
no,
you
but
here in Ghana.
you see, my brother, you see, like if I would like to go deep into that area, I will seek your indulgence, to refrain myself from commenting on that because I find it ridiculous. It is barbaric to me. It's primitive. It's a kind of primitivity. I beg your pardon. Take me to another another topic because I do not know how to
Okay. Let me take you to this topic then.
Address this guy. I don't know how to. If I continue, I will use I will adopt some. Or,
all right.
I don't just want to go.
Let me take you to this point then that seems to be generating divergent opinions in this space. And when I'm saying divergent, I seem to be of a particular view, but everyone else seems to be of a different thought. It's the former emir of our Kano, Sanusi, who's saying zoning may leave us with useless presidential candidates in 2023. I thought he was throwing acerbic remarks in the direction of the South, but Ife and Ajanle Koko especially, they have a different interpretation of it. So the former emir of Kano, his words, what says you?
When has this man repented? Is it not the same fanatics that beheaded a Christian in his state?
No,
And
don't
these
use
are
that
people that
language.
are
Oh.
allowed.
You know, just from what YouTube has already given me a warning just in this session. Just on
Okay.
some of the language. So just yeah. So carry on.
Okay, bro. Thank you so much for reminding me. These issues are very, very touchy. For me, I don't think he is not in a position to direct, where the presidency must come from, because this is what has been going on for quite some time. And if you look at the constitution as well, there is a place where the federal character is, adhered to. There is also a place where no section of the country will lord themselves over the rest of the ethnic nationalities that make up that country. You see, for him now to come out and tell us that people are rotational presidency will enhance mediocrity or useless president. That is his opinion. He is entitled to it. But for me, if that has been the case all along, I will allow it to continue until it until it cuts across every ethnic, every region in that country. So for him, I don't think if he said this from the beginning, I will, I will have a rating of what my position now. But coming at this point in time, considering the volatility of that country as it is now, he is not making any sense to me. I hope you're there. Hello, one man, are you there?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, thank you, Vin. Just what I was saying to you that YouTube had given me a warning already regarding some of the language. Let me just I hope you are able to see this. Let me see. Are you able to see that screen?
Yes, it's rolling. Yeah, I can see it, but the
But
figures.
can you see a yellow marking here?
Yes.
Can you see that yellow marking? You can see this is the live session we're having, but so that yellow marking essentially a warning from YouTube. So it wasn't you, but it was in previous conversation. Some of the so just so people are aware that when I'm saying things sometimes, there's a reason. But let me take you from that space, Vin, to El Zakzaky telling us that Nigerians prefer Islamic rule. So this is what it's saying. And this, more importantly, is what they believe. It's not saying essentially that Nigeria prefers Islamic rule, but what it's saying to the Iranian audience is that it's going to deliver the country to them. So that is what it's saying. That is my interpretation. What is yours?
It starts from somewhere, one man. When a blind man tells you that he is going to stone you, it's either he is holding the stone, the pebble in his hand, or the pebble is he's stepping on it, under his foot. You see, these are some of the things we speak about. If people, this is the problem of religion in Nigeria. When you look at religion has been used as a weapon of division in Nigeria. And it has attracted international, interest groups from different countries. If you look at the list that I saw some time ago of, financiers of, this terrorism in Nigeria, you will see them, it cut across, virtually all these, especially these Arabian nations. You see, these are some of the things that is fueling the problem that we have in Nigeria. Actually, he wants to deliver the Shiite sect of Islam to the Iranian government, to the Iranian people. That's exactly where is he going to do it? He's going to do it in Nigeria. If you go back again, in the case of Ahmed Yerima of, I think, Zamfara State, that was, that brought in Sharia in Nigeria. If you look at the link to and the supporters were also from Saudi Arabia. So these are some of the things that we are battling in Nigeria. But my problem is in the South. If our southern politicians and the elites, the traditional leaders, the religious leaders have seen all these things, these signs that are coming in, no matter whether they are Shiite, no matter whether they are Sunni or whatever, they have one common purpose, and that one common purpose is Sharia, is Islamic nation, Islamic state. That is what they might come from different directions, but that pot they are going to fall into one pot, and that is to make Nigeria an Islamic nation. And somebody told me some time ago that if you are married in France and you are a Nigerian, you are marrying in France, and they give you the marriage certificate over there, you will see Islamic. Is it an Islamic State of Nigeria, something like that? So I don't know how true that was, because I am still investigating on it, but I will find out if actually that is true. If it is true, then you know that we are in a deep shit. You see, so for me, for him now coming out from the same government that has incarcerated him for many years without due process, at a time, even at a time when, competent court of jurisdiction has issued for his bail, and they still disdain him in prison. To come and say this thing at this point in time, we'll go a long way to explain to you the intention of what these people want to do to the rest of the people in Nigeria that are not in the same religion, in the same religious, environment with them. So that is my take on that. It is disappointing that he is making such statement, and I will now roll the ball to the southern people to take note of all this thing that is happening, because it is not a child play. Because when he begins to rule, for most of us that lived in the north, I will not come here and mince words to tell you that it is not real. It is real. If you go to the northern part of Nigeria today, the indigenous people in the north are irrelevant. They are very, very irrelevant. The only thing that is common in that place now is that language, Hausa language. All the other things has gone. Their culture, the major part, the tradition, the culture has been swallowed using this divisive, method called religion. That is my point, my brother. That's my position.
All right. All right, thank you, Vin. Now, Vin, now let me take you to the space. Pa Adebanjo claps back at. Oh, sorry, I'm hearing some. I think that might well be from. Oh yeah, good. So Pa Adebanjo claps back at Buhari's Independence Day speech, telling him that it was essentially in short trousers, because Buhari was coming up to tell us that, I think he borrowed this language from Babangida, because he came up with it first, that Nigeria is indivisible. That Nigeria's unity rather is non-negotiable. So Pa Adebanjo takes the Aboki back to school and tells him that he was in short trousers when he, along with others, Awolowo, Ezekwe, Ahmedu Bello, etc., when they sat down and negotiated this same country that he is claiming is non-negotiable. So Pa Adebanjo claps back at Buhari's Independence Day speech. Vin.
Yeah, one man, and with all due respect, my great father has spoken. I have nothing to add. Let them go and deliberate on what my extended father has spoken, who is Pa Adebanjo. So let them go and deliberate on what my great, I call it extended father has spoken. I have nothing to add to that. I'm happy with the response, and I have nothing to. That's enough. That answer, I read it. That answer was very, very superb, very, very superlicious.
You see, somebody like Adebanjo is like a bone that is stuck in your throat that you cannot remove.
You find it difficult to swallow. If you want to swallow it, you will hurt yourself. Yes.
So what he's saying is Buhari was a child when we negotiated Nigeria, but then Pa Adebanjo is a 93-year-old man, 93-year-old man. So what can Buhari do to? Is he now going to be going with his usual? Because of course, Yamutu is only way. Is he now going to be going to threaten a 93-year-old man with AK-47? When the guy, when I'm sure he's sprightly and everything, but even to get out of the chair, the man, So what more in life is the man, So you can't threaten somebody like that anymore. So you just have to. Look the other way, take the beating and look the other way. Although Femi Adesina, I'm sure he will come and abuse him soon.
One thing with these people, I have a formula that I introduced for myself. If these people come to you with the force of 20, newtons, come to them with an equal but a proportional force, they will go back. You see, these are some of the things. But when you lay back, they do it the first time. The second time they are going to come. The third time, the fourth one, you might not have the eyes to look at what they are doing again. So that is how it is. I love what the old man said. My extended father, like I always call him, he did a very great job. I read it. I listened to when he was answering that thing. I was so happy.
And he always speaks with so much force, still so much anger, and so much life in him,
Like
he has more energy than even me that that little bit younger than him. Yes.
Like you said it, that man is like a bone. Let me just say a four-sided bone with very sharp, ends that you cannot easily swallow. If you try to swallow it, you kill yourself. That's what I'm saying.
Because I'm hoping that even Buhari, as extreme as he is not going to send DSS after Pa Adebanjo. But you can never say never with this guy. But hopefully, even he knows a cutoff mark.
He can only do that. He can only do that in the north. Just like what they did to Obadiah, Melafia. They cannot do that in the south because they know once you touch, the vital point of the south, you are in a very big mess.
All right, Vin, let me take you to this final talking point. I know lawmakers, businesses sponsoring IPOB Yoruba Nation, and I will deal with them. This was what Buhari said as part of his speech to the so-called nation, and he especially identified a sitting. It says, including one identified as a serving member of the National Assembly. So now he's going after who he alleges are the sponsors of Kanu and Igboho. What are you making of this posturing by their bookie?
I don't blame them. Like I always say, I blame the old southern Nigeria. The most populous ethnic group in Nigeria, in the old southern Nigeria, are the Igbos and the Oduduwas. I blame them. I blame their elites that has, they seem to be, to be coward most of the time. Few of them speak. It is few of them, just like Pa Adebanjo, that Senator Abharibe, a few of them that speaks, that speak. But most of them are, behave as if they are cowards. They cannot even come out to defend when people are making, this kind of, utterances. For me,
ever since Buhari came in as a military administrator during his coup plotting, he has only ever used one language and one language only with Nigeria and Nigerians.
Yeah, force.
I will deal with them. So he has been dealing with Nigerians for 40 odd years, and things have not changed in any particular way. So does this guy have the expansiveness of thought to think that maybe try a different tack? Rather than deal with them, why don't you talk to them? Why don't you ask them what they want and what they don't want? Because this guy has been shooting Nigerians now for 40 years, and nothing has still gone his own way apart from just being able to make money.
He had this diehard attitude of for most of us that were very close to him sometime sometime back. He doesn't take instructions or advice. Let me put it the way. He doesn't take advice from anybody.
No, that was what when they did the coup, the Babangida coup. I can't recall who read out that coup speech, but the coup speech of Babangida to remove him from power was to say that it was too rigid. He doesn't listen to advice, and he doesn't take on board anybody's opinion. So that was the coup that took him out of power all those years ago. But this is still the case now. A leopard never changes its spots.
Yeah, you see, even from look at him, assess him from his appointment. Then you will see the kind of person. Even all the hue and cry all over the protest, even from the north itself, this man still bent hell in doing what he is doing. He doesn't care how you feel. He doesn't care what you will talk about. As long as that power, that stick of that power is in his hand, he will wield it. He will lash it on anybody. He doesn't care where you come from or who you are. So that is how it is. But there are people he cannot touch. Look, the funniest thing, and like I always say, the funniest thing or the most horrible mistake they will make is to leave the sponsors of Boko Haram that has wreaked havoc, that has cost Nigeria billions of dollars, even the one they can account for and the one they have even embezzled through that, to come and begin to finger those in the the agitators. What are they asking for? What they are asking for, is it outside the constitution? Is self-determination not enshrined in the Nigerian constitution, the AU Charter and the United Nations Charter? Are they not there? So what is the crime of these people? That they said they are marginalized. They have seen themselves that they are not welcome. They are not treated as part, the integral part of that nation. And they went out. They were holding, they carried their flags. They went on the street. They didn't kill anybody. Then you begin to manhandle them, kill them, shoot aside. Some were dismissed. Some have been vanished in the thing. You cannot even trace their whereabouts. Even their dead bodies cannot be recovered. So these are some of the things these people do. And you grow them. You see, there is something we normally say in the military. If you begin to use force, it's a natural phenomenon, although if you begin to use force or to rub your hand, that softer part of your body, once you begin to exert pressure on it for quite some time, that place will be thickened. That soft skin will no longer become soft. It will become tougher, and it is now ready to withstand any other force that you apply onto it. That is what these people are doing. They did what they did. They said no, disagreement is a civil disobedience, that yes, it is their right. And you went after them, you killed them, you pulled them, you dragged them everywhere, and you arrested them. You made them the monster they are. So you cannot leave your own people that you supported. Before he became the president, he made several comments that even Goodluck Jonathan supposed to arrest him the way he's arresting people today.
Just when you are saying that, Vin, that Goodluck Jonathan was meant to arrest him, he should have been arrested. When they came after Zakzaky, who was the NSA, the National Security Advisor to Goodluck Jonathan, he said one of his lamentations was that a lot of the comments that Buhari was making in the build-up to the election was so seditious and treasonable that he had countless, endless grounds to arrest him, but he did not arrest him, which he should have. But then again, he aligned himself, even being Goodluck Jonathan's NSA, he still aligned himself with his tribe and his religion. But then Buhari, of course, a vindictive man, he showed him the color of his teeth. Yes, thank you. Just round off your thoughts, Vin, so I can go on to
You see, he's supposed to be arrested and questioned like he is doing to other people today. He organized, he was a member, he was part of the people that organized that horrible, let me call it 1,000-man march against Goodluck Jonathan. He was not arrested, he was not questioned, nobody detained him. Rather, when he wanted to challenge, when the police wanted to challenge him, he went to court, and Femi Falana defended him, went in there free of charge. I always listen to Femi Falana when he said pro bono, free of charge. They were defended and they won that case. And today he is doing the opposite. And you say people should not talk. Let him go and arrest those people and let's see. Let him go and arrest them. The United Arab Emirates jailed people over there, 4 of them and 2 of them in different sentences of different categories, and they indicted, I think, about 2 or 3 high-placed politicians in his government. Up till now, he has not made those people public. And when you ask them, they say they are not ready to, through additional, that they are not ready to do that. And you are now coming with which investigation did they do to find out that people in the, is it Abaribe that stood for surety for Nnamdi Kanu? Is that the person that is going to arrest? I hope he won't make that mistake. I hope he will not make that mistake, one man.
All right. Thank you, Vin. Always a delight to hear from you, Vin. So now let's take on a new name now that seems to have joined us. Oyema, are you there? Oyema.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Oyema, my brother,
look at that. But you don't speak Yoruba, though, Vin. You speak everybody's language, but you don't speak Yoruba. Look at that. All right, thank you, Vin. Good to meet you, Oyema. Did you want to introduce yourself a little bit to the platform, or do you want me to just take you straight to the talking points?
Okay, so I'm Oyema. I'm a Biafran. I'm based in the UK.
All right.
And I really enjoy your program. Like, it's having different, even the one you had yesterday, having different people.
Which parts of it did you? Which part of it
did you? I think in Northerner. The one we had in Norton talking where everybody they were asking him questions.
Oh, right. That was the day before. That was Jafar. He tried to come on, but I think he got bored of waiting. Yeah, that's usually what happens. People get bored of waiting and then they just leave. But hopefully we hear from Jafar again. But thank you for joining us, Oyema. And let me quickly take you then to the talking points. Lawmakers, businesses sponsoring IPOB, I know them and I will deal with them. Buhari says, and is especially pointing in the direction of a serving member of the National Assembly. So what do you think the Aboki Nassau Rock means by that? What does Buhari mean by that statement?
Well, his plan is so obvious. He's trying to crack down on the people agitating for a divided Nigeria. Because if he was fair, he should do the same thing to the Boko Haram that has been terrorizing the country for years. The Boko Haram, let me be sensitive with my words. The group that we've spent several billions of dollars in fighting against, and you have the list of names, but you refuse to track them down. That shows that he has a very demonic agenda to this beautiful nation. The good thing is we are fighting for a better country. We are rewriting the history of this country. And Britain, United States, the Western world, they might still have this master-slave mentality. But what we are fighting, it's for the world at large. Because if you allow these people come into our land and Islamize Nigeria, it's just a matter of time. The big fish is United States, and everybody knows this. Sometimes I wonder if US and these Western
Yeah,
they are under a spell
let me
and they
hold you
can't
to
see.
that, Onyema. Let me hold you to that spot that you've just landed on, because that was what I was trying to go to with the fair, but I don't think it quite got where I was alluding to. But I think you may well have just reached that point. You are saying the bigger fish is the Western space. And where I was saying to Ife just earlier on that we're seeing a reawakening of a religious clash that is imminent, almost imminent, almost upon us soon. The religious clash usually with the two biggest religions globally, which is the Arabian religion and the Western religion. So Christianity, Islam, essentially. I think we're seeing that space opening up again. And I think what is sweeping through Africa now is essentially recruitment of foot soldiers to show up numbers to then launch that attack. So this is what I see as happening. Or am I being too far-fetched in that
Not at all.
think? Yeah.
Not at all. You're very correct. That is why if you want to solve a problem, we need to go back to the root cause. Firstly, I know we can say we are proudly Nigerian. Nigeria is a country that shouldn't exist in the first place because we share different ideas. The Igbo man is different from the Yoruba man. The Yoruba man is different from a Northerner. It was set up by the British for their own interests. But Britain needs to wake up. The earlier you start realizing this master-slave relationship will burn everybody, the earlier we wake up from this nonsense, the better chance we have to win. Because you can go to even in the Middle East, everywhere, it's just religion. It's a religious battle. And we are just beating around the bush saying, oh, we want rotational presidents. After 6 years, after if the power comes to the south, what next? Is it going to be about children that will start dragging the power? I want to rule, it's my turn, and all those things. So these are areas we need to resolve because 200 million people, there is even an estimation that our population might rise up to 400 million. What defense in the world can withstand 400 million? Let me not use the word. You know what I mean? 400 million of these crazy fanatics, right? No defense in the world. And they train them from a young age. I'm telling you, why in the South? You take your child to the school. Your child is going to school. You can see even a poor family in the South knows the importance of education. In this group, they train children how to use these sophisticated tools. Now, what future do we have for the world? So it's high time the
So
world
sorry, you're
starts.
being a bit. I was asking you if I'm being far fetched. You are being a little bit far fetched there. I don't want us to be just too alarmist, So let's just stick with facts as we know them. But I'll carry on.
No problem, sir. As I said, I'm always trying to scrutinize my word because of the warning you gave earlier. But I see myself as a global citizen, and we need to do the right thing. We need to do the right thing. The earlier we do the right thing, the better for everybody. I know now we everybody wants to make heaven. Everybody wants to go to heaven. Why don't we make earth the paradise? What makes us think afterlife is better than this life? You understand? These are questions that I keep on asking myself. So we need to write our history, and I'm happy that the South has finally woken up. And it's going to take time, and we need to be ready to sacrifice everything, including our life. We need to sacrifice and write our story and correct it. So that's my contribution, sir.
All right. Thank you, Oyema. And please, let's just call me one man. This is what everyone does. And everybody gets to call you Oyema as well. So just we do it that way. So let's go now to Abubakar Malami. I keep saying supposed because, of course, he doesn't speak for the country. He speaks only for his region. He speaks to that Twitter ban. He says, installing Twitter seditious under penal code. of northern Nigeria. So Abubakar Malami, the Attorney General allegedly of Nigeria, is in court with the ECOWAS court where a lawsuit is ongoing regarding the Twitter ban in Nigeria. And he's hinging his defense on the fact that in the penal codes for northern Nigeria, even downloading an application like Twitter is seditious. So I never even knew there were penal codes in the constitution that were peculiar to certain regions of the country. But it alarms me, though, that a code that is specific to the northern part of the country is being applied to the totality of the country. So to that space, Oyema. Are you there? Okay, we don't appear to have Oyema anymore.
Let him mute himself. Maybe.
Oh, did I mute him?
Oh,
sorry. Did I mute you, Oyema? Hello, or did you mute us? Oyema,
maybe you can mute him.
No, I didn't mute him.
I'm fine now.
Sorry, did you hear my?
Myself.
Yeah. Carry on then. So to what I said, yeah.
I got your question. So that it still brings us back to the same issue. You have a law in the northern part of Nigeria which is different from the law in the southern part of Nigeria. It's ridiculous that a nation 61 years old, these are things we are still debating about. People should not use Twitter. People should use Twitter. We can't build a nation with this kind of mentality, with this kind of people in power. It makes no sense at all. They are trying to control. The law only applies to the poor. Even the law they are pushing for, they don't catch their politicians. It's just for the poor people. So how are you going to tell me downloading Twitter it's a crime? Because Twitter is a tool that people use in expressing their concerns and their views of the government. It makes no sense, and the world is watching this, and we are doing I won't say we're doing nothing, but the world is watching how people are crying for a change, and people are pretending not to see it. They are pretending not to see it. It's going to come back to haunt everybody if we do nothing about this. And as I say, whatever happens in Nigeria, we might see Nigeria as a small nation, or they might see Nigeria as irrelevant, but whatever happens, we have an effect globally. It will have an effect globally. Let me just give you a good example how I view Nigeria. If you look at the map of Africa, it is shaped like a gun pointed downwards. Nigeria is where the trigger is. So when Nigeria wakes up, Africa wakes up. So that's what I think. It's not something we even debate about. It's a silly law, and there is no sense in it.
Okay, it's a silly law, but Nigerians will prefer Islamic rule. This is Zakzaky speaking. Once upon a time, somebody we considered to be a victim, and we were all trying to champion his cause to the point that we sent Falana to go and rescue him from the clutches of his own clansman. No sooner had Falana effected the brief that we gave him to go and rescue this Aboki from the hands of his fellow Aboki, he shows us his Abokiness. Nigerians will prefer Islamic rule. IMN leader El Zakzaky. So, Onyema, do you not change you to Abubakar? So, what says you? Do you prefer Islamic rule?
That is important. Not in a million years. Not in a million. Not in a million years. Why don't they do a referendum on that? How does it know the mind of Nigerians? Why don't they put a referendum on that? You can't impose a religion on me. We are free people. The Igbos, we are free people. We have freedom of worship. Over the years, they've always tried to enforce a religion. We must change our religion. It doesn't work that way. So if he's sure about that, let them host this a referendum. At the same time, also hold a referendum on the division of Nigeria. Let's see. He can't speak for us. I don't agree with that, sir, at all.
So is it actually a referendum that is needed in Nigeria or a plebiscite? Because I often hear people say referendum, but referendum really changes nothing. Referendum is an opinion poll, but a plebiscite is really what is needed in Nigeria, is it not?
Come again.
Oh, okay. No, no. Let me actually leave that space. I was only really being pedantic, but let me not be pedantic, but let's instead reflect on the words of our Pa Adebanjo. Buhari was a child when we negotiated Nigeria. So Pa Adebanjo, the leader of the Afenifere space, is the person speaking to that speaking those words, and he is saying, because he is responding, you see, to Buhari's speech for the Independence Day, that Nigeria is non-negotiable. Pa Adebanjo claps back, telling him that he was in short trousers when Nigeria was negotiated. So what did you have to say with regards to the words of the Yoruba elder statesman, Oyema?
Our father, he have said it. He has said it all. He nailed it. Beautiful response to Buhari for making such silly statements. How was Nigeria? What was Nigeria? Was it not formed by Lord Lugard? We were existing before Nigeria. So how is he going to come and start saying that the unity of Nigeria is non-negotiable? That's because over the years, these people have messed up the system to favor just them alone, and they don't see the bigger picture. They don't want growth. So our father have just nailed it. His response was on point, and I keep on praying for him. These are few people that understand the pain of an average human being. The pain of Nigeria is we don't live to our full potentials. We don't live to our full potentials. Irrespective of traveling to the US, UK, everybody's leaving the country. That is not the design of the creator. We are free people and we are blessed with talent, but we've allowed these so-called leaders to bastardize the country. Here is where I feel a divided Nigeria is going to work, because once you divide Nigeria, it's going to create a healthy competition. It's going to create a healthy competition between even the Yorubas and the Igbos and the North. North will also wake up to start doing something. So this is the bigger future our father is seeing, and I'm also dreaming his dream as well. And no matter what it takes, we are ready. We are ready, no matter what it takes.
Which would you rather, Oyema, restructuring, dividing the country up, and if you are looking to divide the country up, how are you especially looking for that division in the eastern quarters where you are from?
I want total division of the country or restructuring, but division.
Which would you rather? What's your preference?
I prefer division, total division of the country. 61 years we've achieved nothing to show.
And what happens in the eastern quarters?
We are going to come up with a system. Look for the template. We're going to come up with a country where everybody will decide how they want to be governed.
Yeah, I was only sorry, Oyema, to interrupt you. But because I was only leading you to that space where we have had endless conversations on this platform about the eastern quarters. The composition of that Biafra space is where we have always been stuck to define exactly what constitutes Biafra. And we have had people from several regions coming up to tell us that they are not part of that Biafra storyline. So that was where I was trying to lead you to, that the composition of that space. Because what is evolving as the more reasoned argument is to say Igbo land rather than Biafra. Because of course the Igbos are the ones are propelling and piloting that particular agitation, and the people that they are trying to take along with them are feeling dragged along against their will. So what will be the composition of that eastern space? Is it Igbo land, and then whoever wants to go and do their own thing can go and do their own thing?
It's going to be open. If River State wants to join, if Akwa Ibom wants to join, if Delta, it's going to be open. If that's why the referendum is going to show the true picture where you want to belong to. So I think the media will say people are saying they don't want to join Biafra, but I doubt that. If you hold a referendum today, I can bet you
Don't doubt that. Oh,
95,
no, 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 no,
99%.
no, 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 no. Oyema, don't doubt that. We've been having this conversation, this platform going 5-6 months. We have this conversation virtually every week, and virtually every week, I won't say universally, but to the high percentages of non-Igbos will come here, and you will hear the pain in their voice as they narrate that they are not part of that storyline. So it's
That, that
essentially an Igbo project, Biafra. That's just it.
that is where the referendum will decide. They are going to choose.
Yeah, but
If
they
you
don't
want to
even want
belong,
a referendum. Why would they have a referendum on something they did not initiate or indicate that they want? They did not initiate it. They've not indicated that they want it. So what are they referenduming for? Hello? Have we lost them again?
yeah, I'm here. I got your question.
Yeah.
I got a question. I don't know how the legal stuff works, but I'm using UK as a good example, right?
Right.
UK deciding to leave Brexit, right? Their Brexit program. I believe it started with someone or an idea, and they allowed the citizens to decide.
Yes.
So whether you want a referendum or not, it's going to be a yes or no. If you want to belong to this to Biafra, you decide. That's also brings us back to the fact that people will decide on how they want to be governed. This is a conversation we never had. British people, the citizens, decided how they want to be ruled. We were formed. Our founding fathers were like 6 years old or 10 years old. We never had a say on how we wanted to be ruled. That's why we are seeking for this referendum so that we can peacefully decide on how we want to rule and shape our future. So if you don't want it, you just have to vote against it. Maybe there will be an option for yes, Biafra, no, or Nigeria. The people, everyone is going to decide. Then we're going to get a clearer picture of what people really want. So I don't know the legal structure and everything, but this is my own idea. Other nations have done it. Britain did it. They didn't fight war. They didn't. So they thought about it, the consequence, and they did it. Why is our turn? Why will Africa, every time Africa wants to decide something, we need to fight war? We need to always think it must end in bloodshed and election, the same thing. This has to change. So that's how I feel.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Oyema. So good to hear from you, and hopefully we hear more from you in the days and weeks to come. We're here every day, pretty much from 10 o'clock till whenever enough is enough. So whenever you're free and chanced, please join us. But stay with us just for as long as you can, so we can enjoy your company even more. So I'll go on to Ola next. But before I go on to Ola, I just want to make a call out to anybody that is new to the platform. If you are new to the platform, like Oyema is, either you are listening in the background, etc. If you're enjoying what you're hearing, then the best way to support the platform is to click on the subscribe button, because that is what others did that brought you here. It was when others clicked on the subscribe button that YouTube algorithm moved the channel up to your notice, and that is why you're here. So if you do the same, then we reach a wider audience. So just click on the red subscribe button. So don't think I will do it later at the end of the session. It's just one hand movement to do it now. So do it as I speak now. If you are inclined to subscribe, then just do that straight away, and that is it done. And if you click on the bell notice as well, then you get notification. As I was saying to Oyema, every single day, although I've just missed a day or two recently, but really virtually every day from round about 10 o'clock-ish UK time onwards till whenever the sessions end. We are here. So you can come, either listen in the background or more importantly, come on the screen to share your thoughts. It's an open microphone section and an interactive session discussing all matters, politics, and Nigeria. So that is what we do here. Let me acknowledge a super chat that's just coming from an AI efficiency who says plebiscite is just advisory, whilst referendum is fully binding on government. No referendum is referendum is what the country needs. Thank you for the super chat AI efficiency, but I'm not sure that you're especially right on that. A plebiscite is a vote by people on an important public question, such as constitutional change, etc., which is more the space that the agitation to secede, because it's a constitutional matter. So I would suggest that a plebiscite is more appropriate than a referendum. But then that's just a difference of opinion. So to Ola we go now. Good to have you back, Ola. Ola, let me take you to the topping point. I know lawmakers, businesses sponsoring IPOB Yoruba Nation, and I will deal with them. Buhari says in his speech, and he then particularly points a finger at a serving member of the National Assembly. So, what do you think the Aboki in Daura, in Nassau Rock, rather, means by that, Ola?
Yeah, hello everyone. Uncle Alex, I saw your message, and it's because I've been so busy. That's why I missed the sections. So, because within this time of the year, I'm always very busy, more busier than other months. So, on what Buhari said about those people that are sponsoring agitation association, how those people in the government likes to resort into blackmailing, cheap blackmailing to make people back down or to win people to their side is something that is so funny and ridiculous. Because the way it is, for example, if you want to clamp down on someone, clamp down, take him to the court and prove your case and stop using some kind of social engineering, trying to work on people's mind and use something like blackmailing tools just to blackmail whosoever that is against you into submission. So to me, I see this as just mere mind game, just to achieve a purpose. So if it's just so sure of that, you have the SS at your disposal. You have all the intelligence information of the country. If you are so sure of yourself, deploy that, because I don't know of any lawmaker that has immunity that you cannot try. So if you are so sure of your case, take the guy to the court. It's as simple as ABC, and it should just save us of unnecessary drama.
Who do you think is referring to as the serving assembly person?
I may not really know actually, because there is possible there are many of them. I don't know, but whatever the case it is, you understand, it is very useless and very unnecessary for the number one citizens of the country to be using some kind of empty threat or be trying to blackmail people into submission or forcing their hand into, it just that when someone said, I know some of them now, for example, as many people that are participating in that particular support, for example, you're already sending some kind of fear into that camp for them to just to back down or just to find a way, to coerce them into another agenda, or maybe into the type of vision you have. Because when it is so simple for the commander-in-chief to separate issues, like someone rightly said the other time, you have a group that even the world organizations, the world, the international intelligence, that they could actually finger point they could easily point to as the deadliest, the fourth deadliest terror group in a sub-Saharan Africa, that you've refused to actually designate these people their proper name, so that you are trying to shade them, you are trying to put focus on them, and you leave all those that matter and you just focus on those people that are agitating. Agitation is agitation. Agitation is never an offense. It's never even what you can term as conspiracy. It's just like someone can decide today, okay, someone say you don't want Nigeria, then put it in the popular opinion, in the popular space, and let people decide whether they want. It's not what you want to force people. It's like someone say, okay, I'm no longer interested in this marriage, and you are now saying that I'm conspiring. Where is that conspiracy coming from? So those are the childish display that we are, the type of childish display we see from those people that are supposed to be leader. Like I keep saying, that when you have the wrong people, the lowest of us at the top, this is the kind of thing you are. Because I don't know how this self-determination now become a very serious issue. Instead of looking at the core reasons, what are the reasons for this agitation should be what the president should be talking about, instead of trying to single out anybody. If you like, carry half of the National Assembly members, say they are for one sponsoring all those things, people will still come. Because I can't imagine, I can't imagine how many people is going to arrest for that. Maybe we have to come to overseas and arrest so many people that are even donating to the cause of this program. So it's a ridiculous thing, man.
All right. Thank you, Ola. So, Ola, let me take you to what may seem even more ridiculous. Nigerians will prefer Islamic rule. It's not even anybody that you'd expect, but really the leader of the Islamic movement of Nigeria that is saying it. Zakzaky speaks to the space. Do you share those thoughts with him, Ola?
Well, if we take the perspective that religion is probably the biggest industry in the world, whether we like it or not, I think it's the biggest, bigger than Facebook or whatever. The biggest business in the world today is religion. And when you look at it from that angle, every business leaders want to position their business as the best. You want to capture the mind of your customer and those people that you think you are supposed to win. It's all about having a share of the market. Now, who is this guy representing, and what is his motive? Because number one, he wants to sustain his position. That is his belief. That is what he lives for. That is the way of his life. So as much as he can do, he tries to make that in the best. Even sometimes a leader, I'm not saying it's lying, a leader may be lying without even knowing that it's lying, because they put some kind of funny hypothesis, ridiculous hypothesis to test to test the space. For example, a person like me now, I can come up with the opinion that I don't believe that Christians, for example, are very huge in the country, because the definition of my Christianity is different from what every people with some others we say, because I say Christian like those people that act like Christ, like not those people that attend church necessarily. Because many people attend church, to me, I don't see them as Christian. So if he's using his opinion to say most people in Nigeria want to become, I don't know where it's coming from. For example, I only know myself. I don't want to be coerced to any religion, so I don't know how he got his own backing, how he got his statistics, and most importantly, I don't know the purpose he's trying to serve by even that proclamation, because
he was making the comment on Iranian live TV. He, of course, being the Shiite face of Iranian, because Iran, as you know, is a Shiite country, and they are looking to expand their doctrinal lilt of the Islamic faith to be as expansive. Because you have to understand, the Islam is broken into roughly two sects, two ideological stance, the Sunnis and the Shiites. So the Sunnis are 80% of global Islam, and the Shiites 20% of global Islam. So they are on an expansionist move at the moment, and the arrowhead in that Sahara West African space, the arrowhead of their expansionism is El Zakzaky. So reporting back to his paymasters, essentially.
Exactly, because I see some. Just look at it. It's just like when some NGO too. Because although don't let me even go to that space. Now, the way I see it, when you are saying Nigeria wants something, when you say want that winningly, Nigeria wants to be this. I don't know where they are getting that statistic, because when you look at the way they behave in the north, even through the Sharia and through all these Boko Haram that they used to conquer people and coerce people into accepting this thing, you understand? I don't see free will there. I don't see something that I don't see willingness there. So every indicator you can see in the country is pointing to that you are coercing people, you are forcing people to accept this thing, and you are saying Nigeria want to accept this. I will give an example. There was a time I used to do service IT equipment around the country. Now, for example, if I would like to go to, like, say, Kaduna on Friday, I used to have my choice of hotel there. Do you know what? If I didn't call, like, say, 2 days earlier before I go, before traveling to Kaduna that time, I will get to Kaduna on Friday. I will never get a space to sleep there. And what are these people doing? For example, a lot of people, they like, they like they like Agbiri, they like to drink like anything. Now, if you are saying that people want to, and that's supposed to be like Islamic territory, for example, if you say people want to, so how come that people love what the religion is teaching them not to do more than what the religion is telling them to do? Someone that want to become a Muslim will not be hanging around Ashewu in the hotel or be drinking to stupor on the street and all those things. So how some people just manage to come and just utter their statement? Like I said, this is just a businessman trying to sustain himself within his business. The more you can, the more you can bring out agenda and sustain yourself in that business, the better for you, because you have to sustain yourself. So it's a very ridiculous statement. You understand? Very ridiculous statement. I never believe that people can even just wake up and just be saying whatever they like. So to me, I don't take that thing seriously, personally. But on the other hand, people like this are those people that Nigeria is supposed to be taken seriously. And the more reason we need to take out any state religion, anything that is pointing to state religion out of our constitution, so that if anybody is ranting on the street, we know he's ranting, because what we have in Nigeria today is just the consequence of even having Sharia in our constitution, and this is what people see fit to attend. Now, someone that is making this statement, if he have his people in power tomorrow, and he has a very big influence on that person, and it's going to be a serious issue, because these guys, I don't know whether they are getting money from Iran or from foreign organizations to do whatever. But to me, as far as I'm concerned, many Nigerian leaders, whether from the religious aspect or political aspect, they are ready to sell the country for whatever political gain they can get. We've seen someone that is to be preaching now that Ilorin is not Yoruba, for example. You want to ask them, what exactly is he trying to achieve by even doing all those things? To me, to the best of my knowledge, he's trying to sustain himself, because that's how ridiculous it can be when you have over 90% of households being Yoruba in a particular city, and you are still telling people that Ilorin is not Yoruba land. We don't have to tell ourselves that this man just wants to sustain himself in that position that is at for personal benefit in most of the time.
Oh, all right. So, thank you, Ola. Thank you. Let's go on to Ovie as the final commentator, and then we'll seek to start to round off. Ovie, are you with us?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Good to have you, Ovie. Are you driving?
No.
You sound like you're out and about in public.
I'm out actually. I'm in between. I'm in middle of. I'm taking a break from work, but I'll go back immediately soon. So.
All right, let me get quickly to it then, Ovie.
Yeah.
Zoning may leave us with useless presidential candidates in 2023. Lamido Sanusi is the one making that statement. I thought he was just trying to disrespect the southern space. Other people have a different interpretation of that comment. But what is your interpretation, Ovie?
Well, just the comment or the whole interview. Well, the
Did
comment.
you see it?
Yeah, I
But
watched. I listened
okay,
to it. I
so
listened
give
to
us
it.
then your feel of the fullness of it. Yeah.
It's Sanusi. I mean, you can't take it from him. Where it's rounded. It's exposed. It's Western Islamic, every education you can think of. He's a smart man. But three things stuck out for me. In that first was when he said he's part and parcel of King's College. When Abati was trying to ask him about inclusiveness and all that. And in the way he said it, he was very proud, and which is expected. But instantly, something struck me, and I said, if I should go to that campus today, the King's College, will I feel his presence? I mean, this man has achieved a lot, has reached to the pinnacle of his career. I mean, he's done it all. But will I see his footprint in King's College to actually back up what he's saying that he actually believe in that one Nigeria to get us about inclusiveness? I won't see that. That's one of the biggest problem I have with the intellectuals, so-called intellectuals.
Ovie, sorry, let me add to you. He actually rebuilt King's College and Lisabi Grammar School. He spent over 0.5 billion
Okay.
there to
Okay.
rebuild it. So he
I
actually
mean that. Okay.
renovated that. Yeah.
Okay. That means I will give him that. Then second, about the presidential, yes, I totally agree with him with that. That's where if we actually mean business, if we actually want to practice democracy, I think that's where the line we should be, all be screaming for rather than say it should come to the south. I mean, I think he give a very perfect analogy that it's just a distraction for the few of them to come together and to keep dribbling us around. And he asked a question: where are the faces? And they know what they are doing. If the faces should come up by now, the level of scrutiny the public will give them, we expose a lot of things. So they know what they are doing, and that's what I'm totally.
Do you not think of it that it's been a bit disingenuous with that statement because the faces are known? The
No, yeah,
Nigerian president,
yeah.
hold on, the
I'm getting
Nigerian
there.
president is not going to come as a surprise to anybody. We all know roughly
Yes,
just
it
the 5-6 people
it
that
touch
we're
on
choosing from.
it
Yeah.
touch on that too, and it speak directly to some few candidates, Bola Tinubu in particular, when he talk about age and health. That is a direct statement to the Jagaban himself. So of course he knows, but based on who he is and the position he occupies in the society, I don't expect him to be mentioning names now. And he's not far from the list too. He could be on the list on the background.
No, he's
So,
always on the list
uh
because he'd indicated that when they made him the emir of Kano, he's indicated that he has reached the pinnacle of his life's ambition,
that's
and
what kick him out too.
and he has no ambition outside of that. But then, of course, life has a different pathway for him. So he has now been kicked out of that space. He has all of this talent and all of this presence and all of this wealth, and the only space now that he can really still be of value is still that seat in Aso Rock.
Yeah, I know we're going to hear more of him in the future as soon as the lords give way naturally or by whatever. You will start hearing a lot about him. So yes, I'm with him on that his perspective about what we should be yearning for. A credible person rather than region. But I know it's a matter of time before we go back grown out of this region of a thing, religion, ethnicity, whatever. We're going to grow out of it. Just a matter of time. I understand that. Then
Can we grow out of it
yes,
in 20 sorry, in
23.
no 2031 or something, or
That
2029, after we've
I,
had two terms? We
I
let
don't think so.
let us have the Yoruba man first.
It will be very,
Yeah,
very
then
hard
when we get
for
to the end of the Yoruba period, then we talk about that. It's
right. So
always
I
when
don't.
it's the turn of the Yoruba people that they will start telling us that
I
it's
think
merit.
I think things will fall into place naturally, just like the way God nature called Yaradua and bam, you have the Niger Delta. So those things like that, we should also watch out for that. But I know in 2030 or 2031, I don't know. That's a very close, very close call to make. That is going to, but I know with time we'll get there. With just 60 years, we will get there. Then another thing that that is stuck out for me again, I talk about this credibility about this alumni school or whatever. Then the presidential. Then another thing again. I'm sorry. Yes, when they asked him about VAT, the guy begins stammer. So that is when I know, okay, this man, deep down, they know where they belong. You understand? This is a very smart and well articulated man when the interview started. As soon as that VAT question come in, the man begin cough and begin stammer, begin say, so it wasn't too clear, but when you start on that, I know that okay, that is the real core of it. And I keep saying it, the day we will achieve state autonomy, that is the beginning of our, Jerusalem journey, or however you want to put it. So at that point, I hold him against him. So he knows the reality, he knows what should be done. But they say, the matter is in court. I was like, okay. So it's just one of them. It's just good at what he does. That's him accusing the politician and all that. They're one and the same. That's
all right.
That's my take on the whole,
all right. Thank you, V. Let me take you then to that space. Nigeria's actually, I'll save this particular topic for Jafar, who I would want to hear his opinion on that. So let me take you instead to where do I want to take you to? Let me take you to Buhari's Independence Day speech. He says, I know lawmakers, businesses sponsoring IPOB Yoruba Nation. I will deal with them. That is what Buhari said. And he said one of the financiers of financiers, or however you're choosing to pronounce that word, one of the people, the money bags behind it, is a serving person at the National Assembly. So what do you think Buhari is indicating at with that comment?
Buhari's speech. That speech. I don't know. I don't know what pass mark to give the speech. There's a lot I expected to be said, were not included. There's a lot of things that he said that I was like, but overall it shows that as a young person, as a young Nigerian, I'm kind of disappointed because there's nothing that indicates that these people are looking forward to the future. So I was kind of disappointed overall in that. I didn't see me reflected on this speech. It's a time whereby we should be counting our blessings, regardless of how we disagree as a country. There are blessings. We've come a long way. To me, we've done good. We could be better. We could be in the best in the world, but we've done good. Are we where we're supposed to be? No. So overall, the speech, then
Are you sure, Obi, that we've done good? What are you saying?
Yeah, we as a Nigerian, I will get to that. Let me just finish.
We've done good, Obi.
Yes,
we've done good.
Yes. Because
my God.
now allow me.
Wait, let's hear him. I'm waiting for him.
Allow me to land on that. We've done good based on, if we want to grade ourselves, we have to use
zero.
We have to compare ourselves to people who are in our shoes before us and how far they have come when they are 60 years old.
In this digital world,
allow me.
You're comparing digital world to analog world.
One man. Sorry, Ajale Koko. There's way we can measure our standard even within the current world. We are living in today. Those who were the world today is not different from the way it was 20 years ago, economical or whatever. Just the means and which it just get developed, but it's still the same hustle, it's still the same everything. The Americans were colonized by the British, so as the Ghanaians, so those are comparisons. 60 years ago, as in America, which we modeled our democracy before. 60 years. Let me finish.
What you mentioned now, you said we cannot compare where we are now, so 20 years. Look, if you know development that have taken place within 20 years you mentioned, here, where I am.
Dubai was a desert 20 years ago.
Oh God!
If you
You
know
guys,
where,
can you
if you
allow
know
me
the
make my
development
point,
that
for
I have
God's
seen
sake?
in this
Can
city
you
where I
allow me
am
make my
in
point?
20 years.
Nobody's talking about 20 years. I'm talking about the first. What is the first 60 years of the America that we are talking about? That's your comparison. The first 60
Are
years
you
of American
comparing?
democracy.
Please use Dubai. Use Dubai.
What is,
Can you just
please, can you allow me finish
let
my
Ovie land.
point? You guys are making. I'm not saying we are
Okay.
talking about the first 60
Sorry,
years.
Ovie.
Sorry. Yes.
Allow Ovie to land, but Ovie, before you land, so you want to draw a comparison. So let me give you then the parameters that you have set. So countries that are roughly around about Nigeria's bracket. So countries got independence in 1960, essentially, is what we're looking at. Senegal, Togo, Mali, Madagascar, Congo, Somali, Benin, Niger, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Chad, Central African Republic, Gabon, Nigeria, Mauritania. So that's really it. So
So, I
yes,
mean, are
because
you going to
Sierra
actually
Leone.
compare those countries with Nigeria? I'm not even going there. I am going about country who are built. Let's say, use America. I'm using America as an example. 60 years of America, the first 60 of America existed. How is it? The first 60 years. Let's go back there. The first 60 years of America, they don't even allow their daughter, their mother, their wife to go to the poll.
All right,
You
but
understand? So, yes, yes.
Sorry, Ovie, but that wasn't really where the question was. The question was
No, I'm just because
yeah,
when I
because
say
you
within,
always say that yeah, but yeah,
okay,
go
let's
on.
back to. I'm just saying. I'm just assessing my own 60 years of Nigeria. Now let's go back to the Buhari. As I said, the Buhari overall speech. I didn't see myself reflected in that speech. Again, him bringing Kanu and Igboho into that, market that speech that should be archived, will be reflected to centuries to come. That means you are validating what they stand for. I understand he's trying to make a point by saying, "Oh, I know who sponsored them." For God's sake, Boko Haram is not even reflected in your speech. There's a reason you omitted Boko Haram. There's the reason you omitted the bandits so that they will not go worldwide. So you bringing Nnamdi Kanu and Igboho is to damage their. I'm sorry, you are likely what they stand for. So I was kind of disturbed when he's going that far. Though I know people sponsored their nationalism. Excuse me, that's not the news. That's not the news to average Nigerians. I keep saying it every day. Me and you no get money to buy weapon for whoever agitated, whoever is killing. No, not them. So you saying you know someone in National Assembly? I'm sorry. This that to me, I should not be in that speech. There are so many things that needed to be in that speech. As Jale Koko and the other guys trying to counter me about what transpired within the last 20 years. Yes, we should be very thankful that we are alive at this period in history. Globally, we are in a time whereby changes are taking place, moving from one revolution to another. It is not even reflected in that kind of speech. So I don't know. It's just we have a lot to. He spoke to his the owners of the country where he said Nigeria is not negotiable. I understand him. I will say the same thing. You will say the same thing if you are in his position. But that is just he's talking to those who own the country. You know what I mean. That he's not speaking to us when he says Nigeria is not negotiable. So I understand where he stands for as a patriotic Nigerian,
No.
as
What
a
do you mean?
president.
Are you part of the people who own Nigeria?
No, that's why I say it's not
So
speaking
how do
to.
you then understand what it
That's
means?
why it's not. That's why I say it's not speaking to me. It's speaking to those who own Nigeria. He's a president. Everybody expects him to be patriotic. So those should be his words. If I'm in that position, I will say the same thing. If you are in that position, you will say the same thing. Yeah, you are not going to say Nigeria is not negotiable as a president. That's a comma right there. So,
No, but you say I would not say the same thing. What I would have said is that I acknowledge that there's a lot of restlessness in the country. That are some of the reasons for that restlessness. Some of it legitimate, some of it
well,
misinterpretation of
yeah,
So it would have.
no,
It's just a warlike narrative.
yeah, I understand, but
Yeah.
he is a king and he spoke as a
He's not
king.
a king. He's
No,
not a
I
king.
mean,
He's just a guy from
I'm
Daura.
just quote unquote,
He's just a
the
Fulani
way
man.
speaks because what you just said that you put it in that perspective. He said the same thing, but in another form.
No, but he did not speak presidentially. He spoke
That is
like a
what I'm.
warlord. He
That is
spoke
that
like a
we are saying the
warlord.
same thing. I
It's
didn't want
not
you. I just went to
presidential
the
in his
glory. I just went to
presentation.
the good side of it. That's why I said he spoke like a king. You say he spoke like a warlord. So that's an authoritative speech. Rather, he was blaming people that the media
No,
and
it's an archaic speech. It's not a speech for now. This is the language of the 18th century. That's 18th century type of mentality.
well,
It's
man,
not
that
a
is why I said,
contemporaneous. It's not
yeah.
contemporaneous
I
speech.
captured that by saying that I, as a young person, it's not reflected in that speech. So nothing is futuristic about the whole speech. You talked about yesterday. I'm blaming people that some voices, some utterances that the media is causing all. So it spoke as an authority, authoritarian. So
And
it didn't speak to me and
also,
you.
just a conversation that I was having prior to you joining, that just going all the way through the trajectory of Buhari within the Nigerian space, his language has always been, because he rounded off that speech that he knows. I know the lawmakers' businesses sponsoring IPOB Yoruba Nation, and
Yeah.
I would deal with them. So
As
this
if
is
it's a
a
news.
sorry, hold on. This is sorry, are you speaking to me or somebody else?
No, no, sorry. I was responding to. Go ahead. I'm with you. I'm
No.
not talking to anybody else.
Oh yeah, no. So and I will deal with them is how we rounded off. So that's the tonality that we've been hearing from Buhari since his coup plotter days, which was some 30 odd years ago, over 30 years ago till now. Because when he was Buhari Idiagbon, it was I will deal with them. That was what he had always said then. Now he's Buhari Oshibajo is still I will deal with them. So
Nah.
has the penny, and he has been dealing with Nigeria world for 35 years now, and nothing has changed in the direction that he wants. You will argue differently, but when will he
No.
get to that point? When will he
Yeah.
get to that point that maybe change tack rather than deal with them? Maybe talk to them. Maybe find out
No.
exactly what the thing is. Just Yamutu for 35 years, just Yamutu. You know, when does he have a news? Does he have a different song? Is there a side B in this
No, there's
vinyl
not.
that
No,
this guy?
there's not, because if you listen to Daily Parotimi, he said something that struck. As he said, these are men they are all in the same age group. You understand? Their way of thinking is the same, and that I can draw that parallel line between Buhari and Donald Trump in terms of their words and the way they see the world. These are old men who, with nothing to change them. They are old men who have been living in luxury for larger part of their life. 80% of their life they've been feeding on luxury. So the way they think, they just put it out there. So it's 80 years old. So whenever he speaks, and I'll listen to Trump, pretty much they use the same kind of authoritative word, commanding, and all that. And Mike Olawale, I'm not saying that I'm not. Yeah, it's in a democracy. I'm not saying Buhari is a king. I say he spoke like. Don't take my word. Don't say yes. In a democracy, president is a public servant. I know that, but I'm sorry. That's just in theory. What we are seeing before, that's the man who believed that now India, our papa, he can do whatever he wants, and I don't blame him. We allowed him to keep doing it.
All right, thank you.
So overall, 60 years, I think, as I said, we can be better. We are not where we are supposed to be, but I think 60 years of other nation in the beginning, we should look and say, yes, I think we know, just like you argued with me the last time that we know what we want, even I still stand that we are confused people. So that's it. For us to be even having this conversation openly, and even though there's this one or two skirmish of trying to block voices and all that, I think it's something we should be grateful for. We are debating the future.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Go
yes.
ahead.
Okay, go on. Yeah.
So you said 60 years we have not done bad. So in 6 years of Buhari, how would you rate him? How is the country? 6 years he has been within 6 years.
I rated Buhari before he was voted in, and the rating
no, it's 6 years.
He has
in
taken us
governance.
back 30 years. He has taken us back 30 years. That was my expectation. So yes, he's doing well in that regard. That was my
He's doing
expectation.
well.
That was my
Oh, okay.
expectation. Yes.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. Cool.
That was my expectation before he was voted in. So I'm not.
Okay.
That's why I'm not
What
alarmed.
Obi is saying is that it's working according to his own benchmark.
Yes.
Like someone made a joke. He said, I don't know whether it's a joke. He said since Buhari has become the president, Nigeria has accumulated 32 trillion, and we can only see 7 trillion worth of infrastructure on ground. So what happened to the 27 billion, 25 trillion there? That's Buhari's performance.
Yeah.
Yes, and
I can tell you specifically.
Total failure. Yeah.
I can tell you specifically that OVA his reason for opposing Buhari then was because Buhari is a northerner and his brother, who is from South, is being taken out of power. That was he was about to be taken out of power. So he was not supporting Buhari then. He was not supporting Buhari then because he has seen that his brother will be taken out of power. That was the reason, and not that because you saw anything. You are not a prophet. You can't see that. Nobody ever seen that nation.
I said that. Don't speak for me. Ask me instead of assuming why I did that.
Okay. Tell us.
At that point, as at 2014, we are bringing Buhari. And I look at myself, when is he going to get to my turn? That was one reason. If you are bringing a man who was the president either before I was born to become my president again, and I raise it, when is he going to be my turn? One. And two, I listen to it. I look at the track record. This man is analog. Health-wise, can this man sit in a situation room and debate issue for straight 10 hours? No, he can't. So he is old. That was my argument then. I wasn't saying good luck not the best person. No, I wasn't living a good luck at all. And three, the forces. Only God know how much they vote Buhari in 2015. One day we will find out. So those are the things I looked at. I said, no, that the wrong man be this. Not necessarily good Lord Jonathan. No. I don't care about who becomes the president, but I look at what is he bringing him? Nothing. Now, old man, he was the chairman of what is it? Our petroleum this thing then. They say, oh, it was nice, he didn't steal anything. But okay, but those that work under you, how did they perform? Because that's what leadership is all about. It's not about you. You can be innocent as you want, but those that serve under you are crook. That means you are a crook. And that's what I saw in Buhari back then. So, and I said there, I said, this man is coming to take us back 30 years. That was 2014. It's written, I put on there. So if you see me say I'm not surprised at his antic, I'm just enjoying myself because I've cried before. I won't cry twice. That's an abomination. That's exactly what I keep saying. Let's forget about this man and focus on the footprints. How are these people moving? Because guess what? We are going to get another boy that is worse. I don't care if it's a Southerner, Igbo man, or my brother. No.
So, Obie, so what you are saying essentially, what you are saying now is that this man has performed the worst ever, as you expected, also as you foresee it then, right?
Yes,
hold on.
What I'm seeing now.
That is
what I'm seeing now.
Yeah.
What I see now, the surprise that I'm actually getting from it now is that how well the rest of the country allow him to just empower every.
No, forget about the rest of the country. Now he has performed woefully as you expected, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you are still saying that, oh, Nigeria is still better. Oh, yeah. Don't you see that you are contradicting yourself there?
No, listen now. We are talking about 60 years. Okay.
Yes, look at the 60 years. It's 6 years. Within 6 years, do you see how many? What the worst this man has done to that country within 6 years? Compare the indebtedness of that country. Look at the.
See, we are one man. Sorry, Ajale Koko.
Yeah.
Me.
Yeah.
Because of the kind of life I live, and because of maybe my I'm a young man. You understand? I don't care about the leaders at this point. I care about people who produce the leaders, which is us, the Nigerians. We produce the leaders. I care about us. We are the problem. The leaders, there's nothing I can do about it. I can't at this point. I cannot do anything to any of the leaders. But guess
But
what?
the leaders are the one driving the nation.
We produce them. Exactly. We are the machine. We are the factory that produce leaders of yesterday, of today, and of tomorrow. So if we don't fix ourselves, we are going to get we are not going to be progressing. We are going to get another boy that will bring us another 30 years back.
You are right. You are right.
So,
but the state of affair, hold on, the topic is the state of affair of the nation. You are saying that the nation, you are saying the nation has done well. You're saying the nation has done well. You have not done bad, but the nation have done well, not done bad.
Good.
And then you compare the 6 years of this man.
We can be the best.
So
why are you focused on all the problem on this? See, I keep saying, if you want to assess Nigeria of 60 years, start from day one to today. Buhari is just one statement. But the bigger problem here is with the citizens. If you measure his own the kind of damages and the worst he has done to that nation within his own 6 years, is more than what others in the past combined have done to that nation. Are we going to spend the next 2 years dwelling on what he has done wrong? Aren't we going to move forward? I'm talking about moving forward. What he has done is worse. He's done it. He's done. Damage has been done. Are we going to dwell on it?
What I'm saying. Let me ask you one question, please.
The damage has been done. He's done it already.
Okay, are you saying we progress in the way we are aware? Are you talking of awareness of the citizen? Is that what you mean by the progress? Is that what you mean?
As I said, my conclusions based on comparison with other people's existence. Where were they 60 years of their existence? And where are we 60 years of our existence? There are problems. I am not saying everything is perfect.
No. If you say we have improved, then I can give you example of Malaysia, Indonesia, South Korea
Dubai,
within the 60 years. Dubai didn't even spend up to 60 years when they moved. So that's why I'm asking that, are you talking about the improvement about the people in terms of our political awareness, or you are talking of the social
our political awareness is still very low. I mean, when did an average Nigerian actually understand democracy? When did we start practicing an average Nigeria? So we are not going to see our awareness. But what I'm saying is that as a country who is being in existence for 60 years, we have done okay. Can we
what
be
now? By what indices?
Let me see. You see, if you keep throwing questions in between my conversation, we are not going to get anywhere. You understand? You ask your question what? So let me lay the foundation. I'll tell you why I'm saying all this. Okay, I'm not just saying it because I want to say it. I have reason why I'm saying what I'm saying. You understand? There are problems, but the problems here, it's us, the Nigerians. I am sorry. I don't want to blame our leaders because we produce them. What on our leaders? If I want to give our leaders any penalties, I will give them a pass mark. Because as me and you,
can I ask you a question?
Let me finish.
Are we progressing or we are moving backward?
Let me make this point. Let's focus on the leaders now. They are doing well because as we speak today, Nigeria is not under any sanction by any international community. That means they are actually relating well. That's what they're supposed to do. But internally, we are a mess. That means we, the Nigerian, that is our responsibility to fix it. It is us. I keep telling you, Ola, 20 years from now, you are not going to be interrogating me like this. You will be a leader either in your community or beyond. So look to that. Forget about what Buhari has done. The work there is done. It has happened. What can we do about it? Nothing. It's up for us to prevent it and move forward. That's what we should be thinking of.
Can I ask a question?
60 years of
I ask that question, Ovie answers, and then I'll move on to Jafar. So ask the question, Ovie responds, and then I'll move on to Jafar.
Just a recommendation, Ovie.
Yeah.
I think I do hear citizens say we don't blame our leaders, it's us. That is just a tricky way of shifting the blame.
No.
Now let me finish. Okay. Let me finish.
Okay.
If you look at a developed nation, right?
Yes.
Pick a developed nation. there is something you're going to find. Even if you vote in devil to that nation, the laws and the constitution will not allow that devil to to carry out its evil
because they are
deeds.
developed according to you. Are we developed?
Wait.
No.
Wait.
Are we developed? That's the question. If you said yes, then. But if you said no, then how do we develop?
Then
so
why
now,
do
the question I should be asking, the question I would for me to counter you, as a Nigerian, 80 years on above, we should be asking you should be asking yourself, what have you done to contribute to where we are today? What that question doesn't mean how many people. Listen now, let me finish.
Okay.
I'm not saying how many people have you employed or what. No, knowingly or unknowingly, what have you done as an adult to contribute to the state of the country that we are in today? Because we all contributing now one way or the other. So that's the question you should ask yourself. Then you can give Nigeria a pass mark.
Exactly.
I am giving Nigeria a pass mark because I have done my own part in my own little way. That's why I'm giving my own pass. I will not, if I did not contribute to the good of Nigeria, I will not be here condemning Nigeria, and I will not be here praising Nigeria. So ask yourself, what have you done to make to what we have today? Because Nigeria is a product. If your product is not selling,
is the American in you. Think not what your country have done for you. Think what you can do for your country.
They say Nigeria is a project. I say Nigeria is let me finish. I say Nigeria is a product. If you take your product to the market square and it's not selling as you want it, that man is not worth anything. What are you going to do about it? Go back and think about how to make it worth what you want. But if you decide to say, no, I forget it, and go join other people to market their product, guess what you are? You are only an aid to that product. Nigeria is your product, whether you like it or not. It's not for you to sell it, brand it. If you can't brand it by yourself, join other people by branding it and sell it to the world. Nobody's going to sell Nigeria for you, and you can only other people say.
All right. Sorry, Oyema, you may or may not be new to this platform, but you will never nail Ovie down. It's a moving target. Maradona.
That's all I know. All I know is Nigerian.
Is a moving
I have only one
target.
passport. I intend to die without one passport. I'm sorry.
All right.
Thank you. Ovie, do you believe that leadership is everything?
Sorry, let me move on to
the leader. I'm just saying that's the production. That's where it starts. The base, the beginning. How did it become a leader? They are Nigerians. They eat what we eat. They see. These are our brothers and sisters. We know them. They are not Ghanaians. They are not Americans. They are Nigerians. We produce them. Our institution produced them. We hated them. We praised them. We criticized them. They are our products. So what are you saying?
All right, thank you. All right, let me move on to Jafar, who has been patiently waiting for his turn. So thank you for joining us again, Jafar. Let me take you to the beginning and to Buhari's speech to the nation. He says he knows lawmakers, businesses sponsoring IPOB Yoruba Nation, and he will deal with them. So I was just reflecting that ever since we've known Buhari within the Nigerian space, even when he was with his body man, what is his name? Ide Agbon back in those days, up to Osinbajo now, there was never any narration other than I will deal with them. So does Buhari know any other form of management other than to deal with them? So this is the only thing he ever does, to deal with them. So Buhari deals with them again, Jafar.
So first of all, let me seize this opportunity to wish each and every one of us a happy Independence Day. And I hope we shall continue to put Nigeria in our prayer so that we can have a stronger and perfect union. Having said that, I took some time to go through the president's speech. My first impression about the speech was that it was, my impression though, it was unnecessarily long for me. And coming back to the question you submit to me, you put to me, I would just have this remark to say: you can take the army out of the barrack, but you will never take the barrack out of that army. So, and like Ovie rightly said, these are people of another generation. If I was the speech writer writing his speech, would I actually want to bring out intelligence issue in a speech during a State of the Nation address, no, I will probably not do that. I will probably not say such things. I would probably not even make reference to organizations that have one form of agitation or the other, just not to give them some kind of a cheap publicity. That I'm not going to do that. But let me come back to the issue that Ove was raising about how far we have gone as a people 61 years today. In as much as I would want to agree with Ove that a nation is a progress is a progress in march, we will always have to move forward. But my first impression is that I would not want to make a comparison between Nigeria and other countries. I would make a comparison between Nigeria itself. Where were we from 1960 to the 1990s? That's the first 30 years. So that's my point of comparison.
I know where we were. We were busy savaging ourselves. Okay. So nobody attacked us. We are not attacked by any foreign entity. Now we they savage ourselves through the military, through democracy. Now we they do ourselves. We have never been attacked by a foreign entity except the last couple of hours when Boko Haram they come in and Fulani they come from other countries. Now we they savage ourselves. So we should be, yes, let's compare ourselves within ourselves. The progress we recorded, the damage we recorded, now we, nobody else.
Ove, if you could just let me land on this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would appreciate it.
Yeah, okay, sorry, yes, Ove, let him land. Yeah, carry on. Sorry, Jafar. Yeah.
Okay, so the first 30 years and the second part of our 60 years in progress as a nation. Okay, if you see economically, the first 30 years was one of our best. So if you want to tell me, okay, have we progressed? I'm like, no. For the first 30 years and the second part of these 30 years, my view is that we have actually moved backward, because during the first 30 years, we had our manufacturing capacity. We could refine our petroleum product. We don't have to import from any country. We produce the clothes we wear. We feed ourselves. We actually export. Our export capacity was high. The value of the naira was strong, which was an indication of how strong our economy was, as opposed to now. We all know what is going on. We all know what is going on. Our capacity, manufacturing capacity is an abysmal failure. We are nowhere closer to even to some of our neighbors. We can't even produce toothpick, whereas we used to produce shoes, everything. Manufacturing, how do they call it? Assembling the cars we use, the tractors. I mean, all these industrial zones were spread across the country. Kano, Sokoto, Kaduna, Ibadan, Enugu, Port Harcourt, Lagos, all over the place. It created jobs. There was wealth in the country, as opposed to now. Okay, so that's it. Then, if I have to come back as somebody is trying to make an appraisal of the APC stewardship the past 6 years, how far have they gone? I would not rush to say it's a complete failure, because part of the problem, they inherited it from past malgovernance, misgovernance. They inherited it. So here is a party that came to power with no infrastructure development for the past 30 years or 20 years. Let me just not be too economical with my assertion here. The last time Nigeria has any major infrastructural work was during the Abacha regime, with the PTFC fund, where roads were built, schools were built, hospitals were built around the nation. After that, nothing, no development, zero, absolutely nothing. What we had was the few that we had were either abandoned, destroyed, or even embezzled. So that's my take about the
All
how
right,
far we have got as a nation.
Jafar, let me ask you a question. Just really an immediate comparison. Would you say corruption is more under this Buhari administration now than it was under Goodluck Jonathan, or less? So is the country more corrupt now under Buhari than under Jonathan, or less corrupt under Buhari than under Jonathan?
So you see, the issue of corruption is across the board. And the mistake we do as Nigerians is that we focus our mind only on the central government. Nobody bothers about what is going on within the state and the local government. So you see, saying corruption during this regime is more than bad. For sure, what I know is that during Buhari administration, there is no way people could sit as members of government and decide to talk about corruption, sharing things as if they were sharing personal cake. It's not going to happen during this regime.
Are you including, sorry, Jafar, are you including Abubakar Malami in that space? Because Abubakar Malami is first imagined as the most corrupt Nigerian in history. And this is a country that produced Abacha.
I won't go as far as saying he's the most corrupt Nigerian in history, because we know of the former National Security Advisor, Dasuki, the 20 billions made for the purchase of armament to the fight against Boko Haram. We all know the history of it, how people sat down and shared it and left the Nigerian military service without arms to fight the war. They were literally running and abandoning everything against Boko Haram terrorists. We all know that. It's just 6 years ago. We know that. We know it. But I give credit to Buhari, because remember, the secretary to the federation, right, was sacked because of corruption. He's still in court with corruption. So in as much I'm like, I would have loved to see better. I would love to see some conviction, but I will not entirely blame the executive, because we are not in a military regime here. There is a separation of power.
Can I ask him question? Can I ask Jafar a question?
Yes, give me a minute. Let me land on this thought first.
Okay.
Then you can put your question. So what the executive can do in every democracy is they can only prosecute. They can only prosecute. The judgment is independent of them. That would depend to the judiciary. And just to conclude, before you ask your question, I want to support the thought about us. What they say, we have a share of the responsibility of what is going on in Nigeria. I totally agree with him, because you can only have leaders that are in your image. If a society is corrupt, dishonest, you can only produce a leader. One of you can only become a leader. You can't be corrupt and expect to have an angel as a leader. So maybe we have to do some soul searching among our separate Nigeria before we start throwing all these stones around people.
Just like Ayale, I'd like to have question too.
Okay. So like I always say, it's not not to be held hostage, because he's just one man and he doesn't speak for the North. He only speaks for himself. So he's not a Buhari boy. He even criticizes Buhari in many instances. So yeah. So to your question, Ajande Koko. Yeah.
The question is on his perspective. Ajande Koko.
Yeah.
Yes, he said he doesn't want to blame Buhari because he inherited some problem. That was not what Buhari promised the nation before he became president. He campaigned on change, but rather for him to effect that change, he brought in more problem to Nigeria due to his bad policy, bad economic policy, bad political decision making process, disrespect to rule of law, and all of that. And they keep telling us the second time into this office, he said, what did he say? Upper level, or what was the theme of their campaign?
Yes, just some nonsense, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yes, upper level. I mean, Mr. Jafar, what else should we, how should we judge this man? If not a simple word, that is a failure. It failed that country. It failed everybody. So
all right.
It is.
No.
I mean,
let him address what you said, Ajanle Koko. Then Ola, you put your point to him. He'll address it, and then I'll move Jafar on to a different talking point. So you get essentially what Ajanle Koko means, Jafar. So just your thoughts on that.
Okay, so if I understand, Brother Ajanle's question is to know how should I qualify the president, right? Okay, so let me make some correction. I never said I don't blame Buhari. Of course, no matter what happens, the boss stop at his desk. He's the president. You have to take responsibility. We elect leaders to solve problems, not to make excuses. So I was talking about this is our independence. We are saying it's not just like a balance sheet. We are trying to make a balance sheet. So in as much as nobody likes the security challenges we are having in the country today, but if truth has to be said, prior to 2015, there were bomb blasts all over the country, in the Northeast, in Abuja. People, Independence Day celebration was cancelled. I remember I was in Abuja, that even the presidency could not do anything. It was like people could not go to mosque, they could not go to church. There were a lot of bombings around December, petroleum fuel, and all those things. All those things now, we thank God they have been brought to their bare minimum. But do we still have other forms of security challenges? Absolutely, we do. We have the banditry, we have Boko Haram that has made up efforts into ISWAP. We have new forms of emerging challenges the country is facing with. Do we absolve the president from it? Absolutely, we cannot, because he's the president. That's the responsibility of government. For him, it's first and foremost to protect our lives and property. So absolutely, any rational thinking person will blame the president for the security challenges going in the country. But having said that, when it comes to corruption, the point I want to emphasize is that for long, Nigerians have been giving governors and local government chairmen a pass. We have, I mean, these are part of government. We don't hold them to account. We don't put them to task. There is no state in Nigeria that you could see people striking, demonstrating that you've not paid salary. State governors, pay people salary, pay pension. Your state university are in problem. You don't pay your medical doctors. I mean, no state in Nigeria, absolutely the specific state. You could never hear that. So to me, that's an issue that needs to be addressed. In as much as we want to hold the federal government accountable for a lot of things in Nigeria, I think the state also have a lot of explanations to give us.
All right, thank you, Jafar.
So you don't describe him as a failure.
No.
Ajane Koko,
thank you, Ajane Koko. He has addressed.
No, I don't.
No, he has addressed that point. Ola, put your point, and then I want to move Jafar on.
Yeah, when you were asked that to compare between the previous government and this one, you carefully try to give it that maybe this one is better or thereabout. You see, one thing I want to say is this. You see, right from the beginning of this Buhari administration, he has displayed some symbolic actions that he was going to support corruption compared to Jonathan. Even Jonathan was corrupt, fact. But under him, this fertilizer subsidy, fertilizer fraud was eliminated through the wallet. He was the one that put this treacherous single account in place. At least it was trying to do something systematically instead of all this approach of a damage control. After you've stolen the money, you want to. But this guy was trying to prevent it. But what this Buhari has shown right from the beginning, when you are accumulating like of Amishi and all those people that stole the state money that you say we don't concentrate on, he has already shown symbolically that he's supporting corruption. So how are you saying that someone that promised to solve our problem but created more, how will you just rate that person better than the previous administration? After all, during Obasanjo period,
thank you.
I just wanted to add.
Thank you. Let him just address that, then I'll move you on.
Okay.
Jafar.
So first of all, I do not compare Buhari's administration with any administration. The reason I deliberately refused to do so because I knew exactly that someone will raise that issue on this platform. The only reason I brought the 6 years of Buhari's administration was to address the statement made by previous speakers. Other than that, my point of debate was just to make a difference between the first 30 years of our independence, where we were as a nation, and the second 30 years, the second part of the 30 years, where we are today. Let me make that absolute abundantly clear. Yes, I never said there is no corruption in the Buhari administration. For anyone to sit and expect that there will be any government around the world where they will not have people that are corrupt is not being fair to yourself. But having said that, but I would still maintain that there is no systemic or a deliberate attempt in government for people to engage in corrupt practices, because we have evidence. The former secretary to the government, right, was sacked because of that. He was sacked from government because of that. So I don't know how you would want to say a president that sacked his personal friend, who happens to be the Secretary General of his party, and made him the secretary to the federation, then he's stacking for corruption. Then you don't want to give him a pass now. In as much as I am not a Buhari supporter, I am not a militant of his political party, but I will want to be fair to him. When somebody does something good, I will pick it up and say, yes, this is a good thing.
All right, thank you, Bashir. Babachir Lawal, it was the name you were referencing, Babachir. So thank you for being a sport, for taking on those questions. Let me move you on to a different space then, Bashir, and let me move you to Pa Adebanjo, who is responding to Buhari's Independence Day address. So, Malam Buhari, during that Independence Day address, he said Nigeria was non-negotiable. So, Pa Adebanjo takes the man in Aso Rock back to school, and it takes him through history to narrate to him exactly how the formation of the country called Nigeria was actually negotiated. This is what Pa Adebanjo is saying. Adebanjo said Buhari, who is 78, ought to have known that Nigeria's independence and terms of unity were negotiated in the 1950s, but the president was a small boy at the time, so he might not recollect. Adebanjo, 93, said this whilst responding to Buhari's Independence Day speech. So this is what Pa Adebanjo said, Jafar. He says, but the Afenifere leader explained that in 1953, when the North opposed the call for independence and rather advocated Araba, which is secession, Chief Obafemi Awolowo and Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe convinced the northern leadership headed by Ahmedu Bello to negotiate the terms of their unity and ultimately their independence from British rule. Pa Adebanjo said he, Buhari, is talking nonsense. These are the kind of things that cause trouble. How can a president of a multinational multilingual and multi-ethnic society, say the unity of Nigeria is non-negotiable. We negotiated the unity of Nigeria in 1954 before independence. So there you are. That's just a soupçon of what he said. But Jafar, essentially now, no such thing as non-negotiable is what Pa Adebanjo is schooling our man in Aso Rock on. What is your take then on this part between these two elderly gentlemen, Jafar?
So I think both of them are actually in their role. As the president of the nation, I don't expect him to come and say the unity and the territorial integrity of sovereignty of Nigeria is open for negotiation. No, I don't expect any Nigerian leader to make such a careless statement. Then, Opa Adebanjo, too, is an ethnic nationalist. Of course, all of them, they would say the same thing one day. When I use Indigo, we say the same thing. Ariwa Consultative Forum, we say the same thing. Ariwa Elders Forum, we say the same thing. So,
you are fading a little bit, Jafar. You are fading a little bit.
I'm sorry. I said they are all on their road. They are all on their road. So I don't expect any of them to say anything opposite from what they just said. That should be my take on it.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to another talking point, Jafar. This one particularly befuddles me, so but I'm interested in your take on it. This is the Twitter wars that is going on in Nigeria, headed, of course, the arrowhead of it, Lai Mohammed, but his trusted lieutenant, Abubakar Malami, a name we always go to in anything that is shady in Nigeria. So this is what Abubakar Malami is saying. This is law, according to Abubakar Malami. It says installing Twitter seditious under Penal Code of Northern Nigeria. AGF Malami tells court. So you may or may not be aware, Jafar, that there's a lawsuit going on presently in ECOWAS court challenging then the validity and the legality of that Twitter ban in Nigeria. Abubakar Malami presents a case on behalf of the Nigerian state, and what he is predicating his case upon is that the laws in Nigeria, let me give you actually what he said. He says, furthermore, it is apt to note that the possible prosecution of violators does not lie against the use and operation of Twitter in Nigeria. A careful examination of Section 419 of the Penal Code, Northern Nigerian States Federal Provisions Act, shows that the installation of Twitter app alone could suffice as an offense under the section, that is the offense of possession of seditious articles. So what Abubakar Malami is telling us essentially is that if you download the Twitter application on your phone even, that in itself is an act of sedition in Nigeria. And is saying this is especially the legality in the northern parts. So what are you making then of this comment by the number one lawman in Nigeria?
So to start with, I don't know why the Attorney General would want to use a regional law when we have a constitution for the Federation of Nigeria. I don't understand that, and I think it would be very premature for me to comment on a matter that is so vivid. But I could just give you my impression about it. I would just say he's just contradicting the president, because if the president is saying one thing in his speech, then in the court they are arguing another total something that is totally different from what the president is saying. So I think maybe they will have to sit and get a common government position. You can't be saying one thing in court and saying another thing to the public. It don't make sense to me.
All right, thank you. And just finally, this one is a bit more of a lighter one, really, because a lot of opinions are divided on it. I thought that by this comment that the former emir of Kano was pointing mocking hands in the direction of the south. But according to Ajanle Koko and everyone else, it wasn't. I was misrepresenting him. But your thoughts on this, I'm interested. Lamido Sanusi recently in an interview on Arise TV came up with this quote, which says, zoning may leave us with useless presidential candidates in 2023. This is what Lamido Sanusi said. Zoning may leave us with useless presidential candidates in 2023. So my immediate visceral reaction to that was that he was essentially saying that the South, because zoning, of course, that we're talking about is power transiting to the south. So my visceral interpretation of that was that he was essentially saying that the south do not have the qualities to produce people of substance. But people said that they listened to the interview and they took a different inflection. So I'm not sure if you've seen the interview, but just off that headline, just guess a comment at it, Jafar.
Yeah, I saw the interview and I believe that you took it out of context because, yes, he said zoning might produce a bunch of useless leaders. So, zoning, he actually was referring to the fact that whichever way the zoning goes, that's my take on it. I believe, and I share that thought with him because I think zoning is a lazy way of politicians trying to get into office through the back door without necessarily doing the hard work. So I think you misunderstood him.
All right. I've not actually seen the interview myself. Maybe after this session, I will go see it and just to get a full feel of what he said. But just finally, before I start to round off, Jafar, you've said, because I'd hinted that Buhari's administration was perhaps the most corrupt that Nigeria has ever witnessed. But you're saying you are not of that thought. But are you of this thought that Buhari's administration is by far and a clear distance the most nepotistic administration that we've had in the history of Nigeria? Because if you look at his administration, it's Danladi, Mukhtar, Danladi, Bayo, Danladi, Emeka, Mukhtar. So is this the most nepotistic that we've ever yet? Federal character completely jettisoned. What are you making of this accusation of nepotism that has been leveled against Buhari since 2015?
Yeah, do I think Buhari has managed our diversity well? The answer is no. He has not managed our diversity the way I would have loved it. But would I say there is a systemic nepotistic tendency on his behalf? Definitely, the fact does not support such claim. It might be nice for propaganda, okay? For propaganda's sake, it would be nice. But I remember Festus Keyamo actually make a compilation of all the appointments so far made by the Buhari administration, and he came to the conclusion that no, it is balanced.
That is your take, because you can balance it in whichever way you like, because under every ministry you have a minister, which is the substantive minister, and then you have a minister of state. So you can balance it, because I saw Festus Kiyamo's a summation too, and it didn't really hold to substance. If so you can give all these people satellite positions that doesn't carry any weight, and then say that you have everybody is represented, but in the decision-making echelons of state, where real key things are done, you don't really find voices outside of. And is Buhari even remiss to surround himself with people of just his own tribe and religion? Because you cannot get Mukhtar coming to report to you what the Igbo people are feeling. You need a maker to come and tell you. So if Mukhtar is telling you what the Igbo people are feeling, then Mukhtar is guessing at what the Igbo people are feeling. If Danladi is telling you that this is what is going on in Yoruba land, Danladi is not from Yoruba land. So Buhari, has he made a faux pas in just surrounding himself with just the voices that just chime with his worldview? Has he made a mistake just surrounding himself with a cabal of his own kit and kin?
I will come back to you.
Yeah.
So when you said Babalawal Bashir is not a Fulani man.
Yes, I know.
A Christian from Adamawa State, okay? The current Professor Gambari is not a Fulani or Hausa man, right? He's a Yoruba man.
Gambari
is not a Yoruba man.
Do you know even what we call the Northerners colloquially in Yoruba land? We call them Gambaris.
But it's from Iran now. Is it not Yoruba land again?
Look at that.
Let's
I know you live in America. I hope you have you been hanging out with Hush Puppy? What is this one that you're talking about?
If you can allow me, so let's
carry on. Yeah.
I remember there was a time in this country where an entire region was excluded from the first 4 or even 5 personality in the country. Right? The president, the vice president, the speaker of the house, the Senate president. Right? Nobody from Southwest was part of it, that arrangement. That's a historical fact. It happened in Nigeria. Right? Did we call it nepotism?
Can you repeat that again? You said what?
There was a time in Nigeria that the president, the vice president, the speaker of the house, and the Senate president were not part of the southwestern part of the country.
Yes.
Good. Did we call that nepotistic? We did not. Right? And the country did not. People did not.
Under which administration was that?
Under the Goodluck Jonathan administration.
Okay, that is why you see the Southwest voted him out in 2014 because he excluded Yoruba in the scheme of things.
Yes, so what I'm telling you is that the Yoruba people did not shout and try to burn the country down and accuse Goodluck Jonathan of being nepotistic.
No, they did. They did.
They did not. They did not. They did not burn down the country. You just made the point.
So does that justify Buhari to do the same?
Sorry, Adanle Koko, you must let him land. Let him. And please don't push him so hard. He's not Buhari's representative. He's just
no. One man. You have to give us that chance to question what he's saying. That does not justify Buhari to do the same thing.
All right.
Is that what he's saying? That is the argument he's trying to put out here now.
I agree with you. That does not.
Does that justify Buhari to do the worst?
Okay, let him address it. You've put it to him. Let him address it. But you must let him address it.
Yeah, that does not justify Buhari to do that. But unfortunately, Buhari did not do it. Right? When it comes to the first 4 position of government, he did not do it. That's one. Okay, that's one. Okay, we equally see that in an administration.
Sorry, can you back that up? Can you back that up? When you say the first 4 positions, can you back up what do you mean by that?
Okay, the vice president is from Southwest.
No, that's not his choice though. That was a party choice.
Yeah, but it's the party. We're talking about the party, right? It's the party. It's his choice. The president, the convention did not elect a vice president. They only elect a presidential candidate. The presidential candidate chooses running mate.
Mr. One Man, all those 4 positions that he mentioned
No, he has
are not
mentioned
appointments.
them.
They are not appointment positions.
But what 4 positions?
They are elective positions.
Oh God. Ajanle Koko, he's just only mentioned the vice president so far. He was going through a list and you've not even let him land. This is why I'm saying give him the space to run through. And then if you disagree at the end of what he has to say. So then you have a full flavor of what he is saying.
Okay.
So carry on, Jafar.
So you have the president who is from the Northwest, the deputy president who is from the Southwest, you have the Speaker of the House who is from the Southwest, then you have the Senate president who is from the North. Is it from North Central? Yeah, Northeast. So we have two regions that are sustained: the Southwest, the Southeast, and the South-South, South-South, and South Central. Then when you come back now to the Chief of Defense Force, right? He's from the South-South. General Irabo is from the South-South, right? Then you have the Chief of Army Staff, who is from the, I think, Northeast. So I understand what people say about Buhari being nepotistic. I understand it, but when I go through the list as compiled by Festus Keyamo, right? I'm like, okay, maybe these are all propaganda, opposition propaganda. So
Jafar, do you think when people are saying nepotism, they are essentially saying north-south and not saying all the geo representations, which are 6 in Nigeria? Because I think you are trying to break it down into northeast, north central, northwest, south-south, etc. But do you think when people are talking about nepotism, they're just thinking of a straight north-south divide, essentially Igbo Yoruba people, essentially?
So I don't know what people are thinking, but my understanding about, I would base my argument based on the Constitution. The Constitution just recognizes 6 regions. So the geographical spread should be just made up of the 6 regions. Apart from the mandatory member of the executive, which has to come from the 36 states. Each of the 36 states have to have a minister. That's by law. That's a requirement of the law.
All right. Thank you, Jafar. Ajanle Koko, did you want to counter Jafar before I move him on to another talking point?
You see, Mr. Jafar, the first 4 positions that you mentioned are elective positions. And yes, they are elective positions. So you have to you don't have to use that as comparison in the first place, because they are elective. And, but our point of argument is appointment by the office, the cabinet appointment, and other appointment by the president. The Controller General of the Custom is a northerner. The Immigration General is a northerner. The police officer is a northerner. The police, the IG is a northerner. The Police Affairs Commission is a northerner. The
NSA is a northerner. The EFCC is a northerner. The XYZ, the NMPC even is a northerner. Nigerian Post Authority, a northerner.
Is a northerner.
We are surrounded.
I mean, come on now. This nation does not belong to the North alone. It belongs to all of us.
So that Jafar is essentially what the gripe of the people is. But thank you all. I'm going to seek to start rounding off here, and I'll start taking closing remarks, and I'll just those 1 minute rules, because we are starting to bring down the time of the sessions now, and still I'm determined to keep it under 5 hours, which we've gone past. But maybe tomorrow again I'll attempt that yet again. So we start with Ife, just observing the 1 minute rule. So your closing thoughts, Ife.
Yeah, so my closing thoughts would be that Nigeria is too diverse for a section of the country to think they hold sway in determining the future of everybody. We all have our different peculiarities and the way we look at the world at large. So these views has to be respected. And most importantly, if possible, the constitution should be revised or uh, even a new constitution should be adopted to actually accommodate all these peculiarities. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ife. Always a delight to hear from you. And there's no time that you come on board, Ife, that we don't learn something. Equally, we learn from Vin. So, Vin, still that 1 minute. Are you still with us, Vin? Okay, I think we may well have lost a Vin. So, Oyema, are you still with us?
Yes.
So still with that 1 minute, your parting thoughts.
Okay. So thanks for your program. I would like to urge Nigerians to be problem solvers. If we love our nation, we should be ready to make good decisions to push this nation forward. Things such as referendum shouldn't be war. These are decisions that will not only affect us, but also the future generations coming in. So it's high time everyone come together and see Nigeria as a country we want to move forward. The world is moving towards the 21st century. We shouldn't be going backwards. Thanks for your program, sir.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Oyema. Thank you. You can come back only under one condition. Don't call me sir again. The only sir I know is my father. So I'm not sir. I'm just one man. Thank you, Oyema. Ovie, are you still with us?
Yeah, I am still here, I guess.
Okay, so still that 1 minute. I know I know you're with work, but just that 1 minute just to round off, Ovie.
Well, 60 years or 61 years. I think the question we should be asking ourselves is that how far have we contributed and where do we want to go? Our forefathers fought the British so we can have a little bit of freedom. We got that. Then those that fought for military, they fought the military so that we have a democracy. As the Ajani Kukurale defined democracy a couple of days ago, it's by the people for the people. But why are we running away from it? Why are we not saying politics is evil? It is evil because those that are benefiting from it say that it is evil. So, and people are saying, oh, is it all this killing, people are dying. Yes, it is people that are playing the politics, so people are going to die, not chicken or goats that are going to die. Participation is the only thing that can take the country to where we want to. We don't need to be. Those that are coming for referendum is not going to happen just by saying it. You have to get involved in one way or the other and change the system to a way you can have a referendum. Participation, I think, is the word we should take away from here. If we want the country to, however you want it to be, we can't get it done by just saying it. You have to get involved. Get involved time by organizing. Get along with someone. Get together with someone. Tell him what you know, or listen to that person. Before you know it, you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that's how we're going to take our country back. People own this country, and they are very few. The politicians are for sale, and those few people have the money to buy them. We don't have the money, but we have the numbers, and those numbers are useless, according to Buhari. That's why he calls us useless youth, because we are not putting them to use. They can only be useful if we decide to put them to use, and that can only happen if we decide to participate. Whether die slowly or we die one day. As I always said, on our politics. Peace out.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. All now politics as ever.
Yeah.
So thank you, Ovie. So Ovie, the superstar of the platform. So from Ovie, the superstar of the platform, to Jafar, the northern voice that we have so far from of the platform. So Jafar, still with that 1 minute theme. I was hoping to spend longer, but as I said, you always come later. I think it's the time difference. Of course, you've been in America, but just close off your thoughts, Jafar. Jafar.
Okay, I want to thank everyone that is tuning into this program. It is really a privilege to talk with one another. It's an opportunity for us to exchange ideas and share our perspective on issue. And my problem with my suggestion to everyone that needs or is clamoring for a referendum is that I would just want to put it here that the Nigerian Constitution, the 1999 Constitution as amended, did not make provision for a referendum or plebiscite. So if anyone is interested in that, please join us, the Northern Coalition Youth, in court to force the Nigerian legislation to amend the constitution and make provision for a referendum. So people should freely exercise their right if they want to be part of Nigeria or not. I think that's the best approach. Enough of the blood shedding around the country. We can do this thing peacefully.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Jafar. Hopefully we see more of you. Jafar now, a new voice that adds to the mix, and it adds a certain free song to the proceeding. So from you, Jafar, to Ajanle Koko. So still sticking with that 1 minute theme. Take it home for us, Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, ladies and gentlemen.
Today's independent, 61 independent of Nigeria is Independent Day of shame, Independent Day of backwardness, Independent Day that have brought hardship to Nigerian people, Independent Day that of high-level corruption at the governmental level in Nigeria, Independent Day that has not brought prosperity to the people of Nigeria, Independent Day of failure by this administration we have in Nigeria right now. This administration has failed the nation. The party APC has failed the nation. Nigerian people must rise up. Rise up and vote against these parties that have brought all this shame and failure to the country at all levels of governance, at the federal, at the state, everywhere. Vote against this party. They are not going to take this country to the promised land, to every expectation, good expectation that we are looking forward to. It is not this party that will give it to us. We need to vote for a different party, a new party entirely that will take us out of this bondage. The people of Nigeria need their sovereignty now. The real independence, this is the time for Nigerian people to fight for their independence. We have to take ourselves out from this bondage that these politicians from both parties has put us in. It is time, people, to make sure that in the next coming election, you have to vote for something new. We have to take our country back from these people. Before I leave, I want to thank everybody that come on the platform tonight. Everybody that come here tonight for your contribution, and everybody all over the world that are watching us, that are listening to us. I want to advise you, please, if you have not subscribed to this channel, to this platform, please do that. And I guarantee you that One Man Went to More platform will continue to work stronger and will continue to be there for you all the time. Those of you guys behind the scene that chat, that, you know, do some other things behind the scene, man, you are the strength of this platform. Always come back. I read some of the chat, and I just laugh. And
some of them are too funny. Remember when Bansat was saying, if Mike was in front of Ali Igbo man, remember what he said? It's just too funny. Some of it is just too funny. Remember the one that told me that I'm a little Yoruba man that is speaking Igbo. It's just too funny, you know. Somebody comments in the comments, it's just too funny.
Please invite your friend. Come to this platform
this is a wonderful platform that, it gives me strength every day. And I believe it gives everybody strength. Our brother Jafar, I think he's enjoying it. He's coming back every day now. So we'll be here for you all the time. So press the subscribe button, the red button, press so that anytime one man went to Mo is going on live, you can get notified. Thank you, everybody. One man.
Just before you leave, just a quick one. What did you make of that what's his name? Grandson guy that came on yesterday? People were querying that I should not have let him on. What did you make of just that little cameo by that fella?
You see, you did the best. Your decision to let him in was a very, very good decision. And your decision, the way you kick him out, I don't like it. I think you should have allowed him to calm down, let him put his position to us, and give us the opportunity to ask him hard questions, and that will have helped the platform, and that will have helped everybody to understand his position. I know it's an extremist to some kind, that he hates Igbo people, just like Nnamdi Kanu has been talking crazy about Yoruba people. Now I feel Nnamdi Kanu hates Yoruba people too. So both of them are on the same stage. But does that mean that the message that they put forward is not right? No, the messages they put forward are right sometimes, but we can disagree with them in their hatred against hatred against Igbo, and Kanu hatred against Yoruba people. But the struggle or the position and what they are fighting for, I mean, it's right in my own view. So you should have allowed him to stay longer.
Yes, Ajale Koko, I was only asking you because Alexander contacted me privately and said pretty much what you're saying, that I should have tried to keep him on. But then from a lot of the feedbacks in the comments and even during the session, a lot of people were querying that why did you even bring him on? So I was a bit conflicted somewhat that should I have brought him on? And, we don't shy away, as you know, from controversial topics on this platform. It's just that the guy, he did not seem keen to engage in the rules of conversation, which rather put me off. So, that I'm always just trying to be a stickler for, not that I'm civil myself, but I just think things flow better if we just maintain a civil space. And I didn't get the feel that it was going to, it just seemed to want to push his point and not listen. But I was intending to ask you that what did you think of it? So yes.
At the beginning when you told him the rules, he complied, he acted better. It was put. It didn't call anybody names. It didn't call Igbo people that rational way of describing them. It didn't do that. It was marshalling out his point, and until when it get rowdy. So I think at that point when it got rowdy, that is when you should have calmed him down and let us ask him question.
Yeah, I was going to counter some of this because. That guy is not a new quantity to me, because I'm on YouTube and I know the space, and at least for 2-3 years, I've been following his commentary on YouTube. And a lot of what he was saying was not something that I've not heard him say before. But I wanted to counter some of his talking points with an alternative view, but he wasn't going to have that. But the real killer was him then saying that I had Igbo blood in me.
Yeah,
can you imagine? Can you say I have Igbo blood? Yeah, Igbo blood.
Do you know that guy, he called we Yoruba people the liberal Yoruba? He said they Yoruba traitor. He called us traitor. He said we are the one that love people and like to bring people to Yoruba land. You know, that kind of senseless.
You know, he has a backstory, but maybe when it comes, if he does come back, we'll share that backstory. There's a particular thing that radicalized him, which I'm aware of. But maybe if he chooses to come back and
the story of his brother and things like that.
The story of his brother. Yes. So thank you, Ajande Koko. We'll reconvene tomorrow.
Yesterday would have been an opportunity. You see, if our friends from the East are patient yesterday, they will have, used that opportunity to ask him hard questions and possibly expose him on some areas that, is spreading his propaganda. So,
almost certainly at some point, almost certainly at some point I would have needed to kick somebody out anyway, because the longer he stayed, the wilder. Because when he comes in, and Nzibidi was there as well, so imagine how that, and Bia was there too. So imagine trying to control that sort of space. It have been wild and crazy.
Tough fight yesterday, but when it comes back, I think he will just appeal to everybody to let us, tolerate each other, and then be civil and ask questions from each other. So next time, I hope he come back next time. I want to hear from him.
If he does, I'll probably just reduce the room to people that I'm pretty certain are civilized. All right. Thank you, Ajale Koko. We catch up later. Ajale Koko, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you. So that was Ajale Koko, and that was the session. So we leave it here. Carry the conversation in the comment section below. And please subscribe if you're not subscribed already. Please do that just before you come off the platform. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section below here. I say peace.